inside a dream, so lift your head up, come up clean and static. You were a wild thing, pretending to be tame. I was a wild thing, trapped inside a cage. I wasn't looking for deliverance when you walked in from the wilderness. I was yours and you were mine, but everything returns on time to the static. Though the circuit boards erase flashes and memories still remain in the static. In between the ones and zeros, you will find me if you let go in the static. You were a wild thing, pretending to be tame. I was a wild thing, trapped inside a cage. I wasn't looking for deliverance when you walked in from the wilderness. I was yours and you were mine, but everything returns on time to the static.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, In the Static. That song is by the great band The Midnight. That was off of the album TIMECOP 1983. I'll leave those links in the description after I finish this tour here that we're going to do here of What's Your Question 92 for the second time. We had some technical difficulties on my part. The video got deleted. Long story, but here we are redoing it again. I'm not surprised. 92 is Uranus, the OG. It's very temperamental. It is an outlaw. It's an electrical energy. Shit can go haywire. It did. But here we are doing it again. And I'm happy to join with all of you here today. Thanks for joining me and this group of amazing individuals. And once again, I'm wearing the sunglasses. Because if you're new, like, well, why was Logan wear Ray-Ban? No, I'm wearing them because it reminds you that you're inside of a movie. This reality is a movie. And we are actors and actresses playing out our little parts here on the world stage. All the world's a stage and we are merely players. Rush. Living in the limelight. Rush. William Shakespeare. His name, numerology, same numerology as the game of life. 59. 59 rosary beads in Catholicism. The game of life. Contract with God. 59. Today's card, ladies and gentlemen, to do this is the Ten of Spades, January 4th. Which is very interesting because this card right here is the card that governs 2025, which is that card right there in the tarot. This is going to be the 2025 card. And what's so interesting about this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is this is the 60th card in the deck and head of the snake is 60. And I'll spit you out of my mouth is going to be tied to the 60. And this card right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is like massive change. The year of the snake coming up in February, next month. We have the Chinese moving into their placement and the year of the snake. And a lot of things usually go down during the years of the snake. Snake is transformation. Remember, looking to the sign of Virgo here. Virgo being, the largest constellation. Why Virgo and why the snake? Because Virgo is the 6th zodiac sign. Virgo and the Chinese is the 6th with the snake. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, the trickster. One aspect of the serpent. So it gets really interesting. Let me just adjust my... we'll just keep it the way it is and just move this out of the way a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to be looking right here to my right where all of you great comments are coming in. I'll do my best to get to as many as I can. We have some Blade Runner music, in case you're wondering. This is like Blade Runner music playing in the background. And a great Saturn day to you, Christine. Christine from the great state of Washington. Usually always reminds me, it's Grand Saturn Day, yeah. Keeping this kind of authentic, like Saturday has always kind of been the day I've been doing these What's Your Questions. Hit or miss here or there, but... And if you have not watched the latest presentation on the public YouTube called Zodiac Decoded, I highly recommend you check it out. It was bomb after bomb on that one, showing you that we live in a predestined, scripted reality and how theology has its hand in it, how astrology has a hand in it, the constellations, the Mazzaroth, how we are non-player characters. When I say non-player character, I mean you're just being used. And I mean that with the utmost respect and being positive, not negative. Some people say, what's the point? The point is to find out what you're being used for. Hello? And then enjoy the ride. Sit back and enjoy the ride. It's like riding a bike, and you never ride a bike and you let go of the handlebars and you keep pedaling. That's what I'm doing in life right now. Whereas before I'm like holding the handlebars, I'm afraid, now you just let go. And it becomes pretty amazing. The ride becomes pretty sick. It pisses people off. People get angry when I say you're an NPC. People get angry. I get people unsubscribe. But that's not about the numbers, but people I'm not going to do this anymore and I'm in control of my life. Yeah, good. Go ahead and try to support that, but you cannot. But I can break down the code to show you that you're being used. And again, it's a positive thing. It's not a negative thing. But I not only did the Zodiac, but if you're a member on Patreon, where you get the videos, the big ones, I just pumped out last night one of the best decodes I've ever done, if not the best one to date. It's called Serpent's Mouth. And if you want to see some reveals in truth from the perspective of my eyes and what I'm being used for, again, I'm saying a truth. Serpent's Mouth Decoded. Mind-blowing stuff. And again, I don't take credit for this. It's not me telling you this. I'm just channeling the information. Okay? Aaron G says, if humans are in fact NPCs, let's see, then why does the parsed etymology show that we are sons of God's word, which makes us gods of gods? Yeah, if you watched my You Are God Decoded, you would see the connection that despite the non-player character, the divine is using you, meaning that you're a non-player character because the divine is using you as the player, making you a non-player character. Nicholas Hernandez asks, what's the biggest NPC of all? You. You are. I can tell you, listen, let me just give you something that will levitate you, that will you're the most important player on the board. And the contradiction is I am. And the person in this chat is. Everybody is observing this reality, and if your participation ceases to exist, the game ends. The movie ends. Wait a minute, no, because people die and life goes on. Yeah, but because you're still observing it. You make this reality. The divine makes this reality come through your mind. All is mind. The mind is, people say, oh, I have this heartbreak. There's no such, the heart doesn't feel, ladies and gentlemen. That's a superstition. When you're depressed or you get emotional, it's in your mind. All is mind. But we correlate it to the heart. The heart pumps the blood, keeps you alive. But the heart doesn't feel. Your mind gives you the emotions. Like when you burn your finger, you got that from your brain. The mind. And mind has got the same numerology as God. They're both 14. I'm not belittling emotions because that's what we're being harvested for, is your emotional reactions. Matter of fact, I'm pretty certain that the free will that we have is by way of our emotions. All the paths that you take, they're already scripted for you. So there's no right or wrong path. But when you get on that path and you had a shitty week, how was your week? It was terrible. It's not you making the decisions. Why are you having them? Because you're getting emotional over it. And then your emotions, this is nothing new. The Greeks coined it ambrosia, where their gods are harvesting you from your ambrosia. That's your energy. That's your emotions of love and fear and everything else under the sun that we call emotions. Anxiety, depression, sadness, joy, happiness, bliss. Those are all emotions. And what is the number one category in the telly? Drama. Drama is number one. It's got the word Ra in it, and it's got the word mother in it. Ra and Ma, drama. It starts with the letter D, D as in dream. This reality is based upon drama. 4 out of the 5 longest running shows in history, soap operas. Days of Our Lives, Guiding Light, General Hospital. Like the sands of time, so are the days of our lives. Why are these shows the longest running? Because it's drama. Real life situations. Your life, my life is all drama based. So when you get really good at this reality and you refine and refine and refine, you can catch yourself giving emotions to things where, why would you get emotional towards that? Like if somebody just pisses you off and you catch it, that's refinement. Because if you're non-reactive to somebody that's trying to piss you off, or that's what you call it, like, oh, they just pushed my buttons. No, they didn't do anything other than engage in your reality to see how you're going to react, and the emotions you give off are being harvested. So when you get good, when somebody comes at you, especially because we're all guilty of this, people come at you, you're an idiot, you're a moron, you don't know what you're talking about. And what do we normally, how are we programmed to counter that? Like we're in a freaking courtroom and they're the plaintiff and we're the defendant. That's how we're playing this role out here. That's why it's a courtroom. You're on the court. It's ridiculous when you look at it, but that's how this reality works, I feel. Kind of what I'm channeling through is that we live in a big soap opera. So when you kind of like washed your hands of it in a big way, you know, you're kind of saying, well, and it's scripted for you to do that, right? Like I'm still not in control of my reality. Day in and day out, I'm completely reminded of this. Through letters, through the time on my phone, receipts, shit just shows up. I can sit down and have a complete conversation with this deck of cards. And it's my connection to the divine. The divine's talking through me like, hey, you're not in control. Check. What's our next mission? Check. What about this? Check. Dr. Danny says that The Days of Our Lives was my favorite. Is that still on? I don't know if it's still on. It's been a minute since I checked the list of soap operas. Bobby says, my mom was glued to it. Yeah, again, where's the critical thinking? Well, back in those days, there was less critical thinking because the age of Pisces was much different. Or that stage, wherever age we're in, because some people will say, we're not in the age of Pisces, right? Well, what doesn't matter, but the gradient of these ages that we go through. Like think about when you're growing up, and you're growing up and you're going through high school. You're a sophomore, or you're a freshman, then you're going to go to the dinner dance, and you go to the senior prom. Where's your critical thinking? It's on school and passing your grades. That's what you're paying attention to. It's rare for a child or someone at that age to be looking at the things we're looking at now. Because they're too busy. Like, I want to play football, or I want to go to college, or there's no critical thinking during that time. So it's easy to get distracted during those times of our lives. I wonder if Bo and Hope are still together. That's pretty funny. Anne Marie from Hawaii in the house. Nice to have you here. Did you make it to Mexico? You would have probably told me. Or you're coming this spring or something, I think you said. Yeah, JJ Recon says addictions to dramas. Exactly, folks. If you really start to use your critical thinking, right? You really start to use that. Let me just hold on. I want to make my adjustment to my camera. Hold on. It's up a little too. There we go. A little bit of an adjustment. Okay. So if you start to think about how human beings are addicted to emotions, it'll blow your mind. Human beings are addicted to dopamine and oxytocin. That's mainly the whole driver in life is, how can I feel good? How can I avoid feeling sad or depressed? Avoid it like the plague. But then when you get into it, a lot of people enhance that feeling. Why do we play sad music when we're depressed? It's like you want to stay in that layer of your reality emotionally. Yeah, let's just play some really sad music because I'm depressed and make it even worse. Where's the critical thinking? There isn't any at that point. Because you're too busy and you're too engrossed and you're too in bed with the depression and the sadness. And there's stages of our lives. Like when you're mourning, If you're mourning the death of somebody or a pet or something like that, that's an emotion that you're giving off. Why do you have to give that off? Why do we give these emotions off? And then the points of happiness and joy and bliss. You like, okay, the next time you have sex with somebody, if you're doing that thing, next time you're doing the cha-cha-cha and you're ready to bust one, are you thinking about the house of astrology, houses of astrology? Are you thinking about what your life path number is? Well, oh, I'm a manifesting generator. You're about ready to bust one and you're thinking about what you're a manifesting generator. Are you thinking that way? No. Because you're just so engrossed in the dopamine and the oxytocin at that point, and that is your drug, right, at that point. It's a drug. So this reality encourages you to move towards these drugs that you don't have to sniff or shoot or drink. You just use your emotions. So people are addicted to, we are addicted to dopamine and oxytocin. And in order to get a dose of that, we use people. That's right, that's what we do. We all use each other. It's okay. It's not, why do we have to label it as a bad thing? That's just how reality works. Like there's predator prey. Why are we getting mad at that? That's how the operation works here in this ecosystem. We use each other, ladies and gentlemen. When you say, I have a best friend, why are they your best friend? They make me laugh. Okay, so you use them so you can laugh. Because they're funny. Why is that so bad? But why is it bad when I say you're using your friends and they're using you? Why do I get the bad rap here when I'm just calling it out the obvious? It's just the way it is, man. When you hold hands with somebody, oxytocin. Hold hands, see if you get an oxytocin raise from doing this. You're walking, first time you ever go on a date with somebody, right? The first time you hold hands, hold your own hand. Say, I don't need your hand, I'm just gonna hold mine. How ridiculous is that? Yeah, I'm gonna get the same oxytocin release by holding my hand. I don't need to hold your hand, I'm gonna hold mine. That's dumb. No, you need to connect a circuit. Now you connect to a circuit. And now the oxytocin starts to flood and you get addicted to that. And that's why people say, oh, let's go on another date. Why do you want to go on another date? Because I want to use you again to get my oxytocin and my dopamine. So I can feel good. I want to kiss because it's going to flood my brain with dopamine. I want to have sex so I can feel that, so I can use you for that. I know. And then people get angry when I say these things, but isn't that the truth? And what happens is over time, folks, you lose the dopamine and oxytocin. There is not one person here that can authentically and truthfully say that if you're married and you're 20 years into your marriage, you can't tell me that you have the oxytocin is the same way as it was when you went on your first date. You'd be a liar. You'd be lying. No. When you buy your new car and you drive it off the lot and you have the new car, the pride of ownership, that's going to go away. So the flood of dopamine as you drive off the lot and say, oh, look at me, la-di-da, I got this new car and let me go show it off to my friends. So you can't wait for somebody to invite you over so you can drive your new car over and show it off. Yeah, get in the car, let's go. Oh, it smells so good. So you're getting this reward, the pleasure sensors. But then you put that thing 2 years into the future and now your friend invites you over and you show up at their house. Are you still asking them to come out? Come out and check out my car. No, you're not doing that anymore. Why? Because it ain't new, man. There's no reward anymore. Oh, I've had it for 2 years, thinking about trading it in. Why are you going to trade it in? Why are leases a thing? I know that leases are a thing because they make sense for a lot of people, maintenance and all that stuff. But you know why leases came to be about? Because most people trade their cars in every 3 years, 3 or 4 years, despite the lease aspect. Why? Because they get sick of the car they're driving. They want something new. It doesn't provide them the dopamine or oxytocin anymore. So they go out and get a new one. That's how, this is the critical thinking to consider here in your life and what we're being used for. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just the way it is, man. So McIntyre says, where does love come into the equation? What is love? And why do we love or want? Why do you want it? Yeah, why do you desire? Why do we desire it? Because it gives you a payoff. And when you don't have it, like when you're by yourself for a minute, you start to crave it. You know what I'm talking about? You're by yourself. I'm gonna be single for a while. I'm gonna invest some time into myself. Okay, so you do that for a while, and then that gets old. Now that shiny new toy loses its luster. Like, oh my God, I got peace and quiet. I can't even tell you how many people that I know that are in relationships, and they call me on the phone and tell me how much of a nightmare they're going through. And you know what it reminds me? To be grateful, because I'm on the other line, and I'm like, I'm so glad I'm not going through what you're going through. Huh. Thank God. So it reminds me how beautiful it is to be by yourself. But then the body gets tired of the shiny new toy of like, okay, I'm by myself for a while now. Okay, I want something new. Maybe I want to get into a relationship now. And you're wired to be in a relationship. That's why you don't give it any thought when you're younger. When you're younger, mom and dad, they obviously had you, so it's already wired in your brain to find a partner because you're looking at your parents that you've been around, your whole upbringing, and they're together. So you're like, okay, monkey see, monkey do. And you go through the whole process of being a kid. You go through school, kids are told, let's go to the dance, and you meet a girl or meet a guy, and you're just all hunky-dory, and you do the love thing, and you go through puberty, and you get your driver's license, and you get 21, you get to drink, and you go do that. These stages, these gradients of life. Where's the critical thinking? There is none. You just follow the leader. You just follow how you're programmed. That's beginning to change because people are starting to look at this reality and say, wait a minute, there's something more to this. There's something more to this. But there's a lot of monkey see, monkey do going around. And we're all guilty of it. All of us. So the love part, where does it come from? That's how you're wired. We're wired to want and crave a partner, and to use them for dopamine and oxytocin, because you can't do it by holding your own hand. There is no dopamine release at this stage of the game right here. You need another hand that's not familiar. I'm convinced this is why people live a life of infidelity. Same was reason why people buy new cars every 3 years. Same reason why people need to rush out and get the new cell phone. Same reason why people buy new monitors, buy new computers, they buy new televisions, they buy new this, they buy new that. That's the same reason why people have infidelity issues. I'm not saying it's the only reason, but it's one of the reasons. It's in line with, I just want to have a reward in my life. The 2 cups of coffee that I have every day, that just doesn't cut it anymore. It doesn't even do anything to me anymore. I need 3 now. So when you have a partner and you're not getting the reward anymore, like the caffeine's not rewarding you and waking you up, and you got to go to another cup to have the same exact feeling, this is what people do in relationships. They get used to the person they're with, and it's not giving them the fulfillment anymore of oxytocin and dopamine, and they start to look elsewhere. And they get reasons to do it based upon been there, done that. I'm not saying this is standard across the board, but this is very plentiful in a lot of people's lives. Frank Monday says this is some love level programming. I think you need to learn a little bit more about love and marriage. Dude, I've been married 3 times. How many times have you been married? I'm not saying I'm a pro at it, but I've done it 3 times. Can I do it again and learn more? Of course. But these are my perspectives. And I'm coming from an unbiased perspective. I'm coming from a neutral perspective. I don't really care what you think about my opinions. My opinion is meaningless, really. You don't have to agree. But when I go back here and you say that I'm wrong, okay, for you, but I know I'm not wrong. Everybody here is right, Frank. There is not one single person living on this planet that's wrong unless you say, you're wrong. No, everybody's right. And the division is caused by people saying, you're wrong. People that, like you, that you're saying, oh, you're wrong. That's where the division comes in. Why do I got to be wrong and you get to be right? Why can't we just both be right? See, when you know that everybody's right, guess what happens? Division melts away. Because it's like, well, just go do you. There's always going to be other opinions on top of mine. There's going to be people that are going to say that this and that. What does it matter? Then you put sad. What's sad about it? What's sad about it? There's no sadness. Why? What's sad about it? I'm gonna finish there, because when you say you're absolutely wrong, well, not in my eyes, so that makes me right, makes me wrong in your eyes. Totally cool. Once you figure that out, once you figure out everybody's right, you'll stop saying that people are wrong. But maybe you're not going to figure that out because you're not supposed to. People change and so does the love, Daria says. Yeah. How can it remain the same? Face Diaper says, marriage, never heard of it. Yeah, I've done it 3 times. Frank Monday, last comment I'm going to comment here, but he said, Frank says, 3 discarded wives. You dishonor God. I am God, bro. The divine is using me. It's not, I don't have a choice. It's a show, man. This is a reality show. There's no dishonoring anything. Once you figure that out, I hope you finally get your revelations in your life. I hope you finally figure it out. Because you don't know how and what I went through on my marriages. You have no idea. You're assuming. So you don't know. See, you want to add your opinion, which is totally cool, but I'm not wrong, and I'm being used, and it doesn't matter. And this reality is an illusion, and it doesn't matter, and it's a simulation, and it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter about what my opinion is. Oh, man, it's so funny. No such thing as luck, man. We live in a predestined world, already supported that hundreds and hundreds of videos. Luck is an illusion. There's no such thing as luck. Diabolic show. Oh boy, we got the woodwork coming out tonight. Aaron G, how would you factually quantify what exactly God is? Everything, to simplify it. It's everything. Everything. That's the easiest way. Boy, we got the woodwork coming out. We got some funny people coming out tonight. People, see, this is the thing. This just kind of supports what I said, is that if you get emotionally involved with what I'm saying, you're being harvested for that energy. Like your emotional reactions. Like when you don't get, we just have a conversation and I say something and you don't get emotionally reactive towards it, you're like, yeah, whatever. See, that's the refinement. But when you get emotionally involved, where you got to start engaging and pushing your ego around to top mind to try to prove me wrong, that's not refinement. How can it be? My opinion here is absolutely meaningless. But yet some people here are so gung-ho on getting emotionally involved with it and engaging in it so they can be atop of that opinion. And what's the point? See, what you're doing is you're using my opinion so you can be right. Because you don't like my opinion. So in order for you to prove me wrong, you need to tell me I'm wrong, or you need to tell me, oh, you did this and you had that happen. And guess what that makes you? It makes you right. But all you did was just expressed a whole bunch of emotions behind my opinion, which is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything of what I said. And you just went ahead and just gave all your emotions on top of that just so you could be right, which is kind of funny because we both are. It's just so funny. Oh, man. So funny. And the beautiful thing about my exes, like, out of my 3 marriages, I'm still friends with, well, probably all 3, but I still can call up 2 of them and talk to them on the phone. Friends. One of them is one of my best friends. That's just, I mean, you start as friends, it didn't work out, and you move away from that and you remain friends. That's a win. Because now you're not angry or upset or resentful or stuff like that. Yeah, Angela Rossi says, dungeon programming triggers small-minded people. I would just say it's just triggering. Yeah, I get it. People here are triggered by my opinion. It's like, did you just come on here to debate or argue or to try to be right? I'm not trying to be right here, folks. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all I'm doing, to think about. This is a thinking show. Doesn't mean you have to agree, but trying to prove somebody wrong. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong here. Thank you. Jewel of Aquarius says, we chillin'. That's right. Face Diaper says something great. A divorce is a failed business. Yeah, marriage is a business, just like religion is a business. Why do you need a certificate to be married? Why do you have to pay money to get married? Do you know what marriage is? It's a contract. McIntyre asks, if this is a scripted reality, should we have empathy or dismiss it as this is just a show? It's up to you on how you want to express your emotions and how you're being used as expressing your emotions. I'll give you an example. See, it's going to come in gradients, right? So let me indulge this question. You go outside, you're walking down the street, and you see somebody kicking a dog, which is horrifying, right? Horrific. And you have a pet, and you see somebody doing that. What happens to you? You will probably get triggered. I get it. But then just a half hour before that, you were inside your house, and there were a few ants on your sink, and you wiped them down and killed them. You saw the ants in your sink, but you turned the water on anyway. So you get triggered over the person doing that to the dog, but you're killing the ants. Is that hypocrisy? You know, we're killing machines, ladies and gentlemen. The next time you walk outside and you're walking down the street, you're stepping on insects and you're killing them. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, I didn't know they were there. Well, now you do. Now you know that when you walk outside, you're going to forget this because this is like not even a big deal for some of you. But when you walk outside tomorrow, you're not even going to probably give any thought of what I said. Some of you will, and you'll start paying attention to where you're walking. But it's such a minuscule conversation. Some of you kill spiders in your house. What's the difference between you killing that spider and someone kicking a dog? Nothing. We're killing machines, folks. But then we justify it, and then we have gradients of, well, it's a dog, though. And I have a dog, and I would never do that. Yeah, but I would never do that to a spider. I would take it outside and let it go, if I can help it. Some of you don't live that way. You just kill it. Oh, I'm so afraid of spiders. And you whack it with a newspaper. Or you're killing the flies in the house. Oh, it's a fly. It's a mosquito. They don't count. Right? You got house flies flying around your house, and you got a newspaper or a fly swatter, and you're swatting the flies, killing them, and you'll justify that because it's a fly. But when it's a dog, oh, no. So what's the difference? Where's the critical thinking? Because it's a fly, so it's less than you, or it's an ant or a spider, and it's less than you. It's still a life. It's still a frequency. But see, this is what we do as human beings, that we're killing machines. But when it comes to something like a dog or a cat or animal cruelty or something like that, why is that different? I don't know. I don't know why it's different. Donna Harper says it's called discernment and logic. Yep, it's a valid point, but nature is a food chain whether we like it or not. Yeah, so here it is. The food chain is your dog's going to die one day, and your cat's going to die one day, and I'm going to die one day, and life's going to go on. And people will mourn, perhaps. And I'm not belittling your emotions. I'm definitely not disrespecting the deaths of pets and people. But when you start to look at this, I'll give you a great example. And I've talked about this before, and I'm actually working on kind of like a written story about this. And I've told this before, so humor me if you've heard it, but I'm going to do it really quickly. If you're somebody who has a garden, and you have rose bushes, the one thing that you'll notice if you're somebody who plays around with flowers and rose bushes is that there is an insect that can literally rip your rose bushes apart. They are called aphids. And if you have an infestation of aphids on your rose bush, they'll just sit there and eat and chomp away and decimate the rose bushes. That's what its job is. So what people do, they end up buying a batch of ladybugs. You can buy these on Amazon, I think. You buy like a whole box of ladybugs. Those cute little ladybugs. Well, those are stone cold killers. In case you didn't know that. Straight up predator. The cute little ladybug. And they'll put them in the garden, and the ladybugs will attack the aphids. And they'll start to grab each aphid and eat it alive. Yeah, when you compare your life to that, your life ain't so bad now, is it? So this is a way to look at gratitude, right? Like, I'm grateful that I'm not the aphid. But you can see, you can turn that into religion now, because the rose bush is an archetype. It's alive. And it can talk in its own way. So when the aphids are on the rose bush and it's eating the rose bush, the aphids, according to the rose bush, that's the devil. Because it's literally killing me. So when the ladybugs get introduced to the rose bush, the rose bush, if it could talk to the owner, said, "Thank you so very much for bringing these Jesus Christ saviors to my placement." And they look to the ladybugs as saviors, as Jesus Christ characters. Because now the predator goes after the prey in this case. Whereas it turns the tables, because the aphids are the predators feeding on the rosebush, which is the prey. So when you start to look at our reality, and it doesn't matter how small it is, up to how big it is, it doesn't matter if we've domesticated, it doesn't matter how you look at it, you're going to see these layers in all our entire reality. And that's, God is in everything. So the cute little ladybugs, man, yeah, they're stone cold killers. And the aphids are literally afraid of, and they get eaten by the ladybugs. So it's the same thing as your immune system. When you get something come into you, some kind of bacteria or virus or fungi or whatever come into your body, what is going to move that out and through the body? Your immune system. And the immune system is your savior. Your white blood cells, that's your Jesus, that's your savior. And the bacteria, viruses, that's the devil, man. To challenge you, to take you down. And nothing wants to die. Nothing wants to die. Like right now, I have these stray cats outside. And there's this one stray cat that was really skinny, came around, and I feed them all. So this one starts to come around even more, and now it knows it's using me for food. Totally fine. I'm just being realistic about it. And so it started to, it has right now, it has mange, which is like a parasite that eats away at the fur. So what did I do? I went to the vet and I got some ivermectin, which is a drug that's known to kill that parasite or that predator. And I'm giving it to the cat right now. And I'm killing these scabies. They're dying because of me and because of what I'm being used for. Why? Because I look to the cat and I'm like, well, there's my compassion, right? I could just easily, who cares? And it happens all the time. Tons of stray animals around here, they have that. Nobody's paying attention to. But when something starts to pay attention to you and you start to pay attention to it back and you start to look, I'm not going to let that happen because there's my empathy and there's my compassion. So I'm taking care, and the cat doesn't even know that I'm giving him this so it can kill and get rid of what's going on its body. Oh. But the drug is the Jesus. Because it's going to ingest the ivermectin and it's going to go into the system and it's going to kill the parasite or the scabies. Right? So the devil is the scabies, and the scabies, guess what? Those little insects, those don't want to die. Everything doesn't want to die, folks. It wants to live. Including the ideas that we adopt as human beings as our truth. And that you'll defend your truth. It doesn't want to die. Like, my truth is superior to yours. And then you get challenged with that, and maybe one day you refine it and you change and you move towards and you get rid of and you refine. But that truth may be really challenging to let go because it's an archetype inside of you. And it's taking residence up in the files of your brain. Like you have files on your computer, those are your ideas in your brain. And that is what you use as your discovery to say, I don't agree. Or I think you're wrong. It's your discovery. Like in a law room, the plaintiff and defense, where's your discovery? Here you go. Here's my discovery on the case. And then you have a chance to rebuttal that or to look at the discovery and make a case against and for or against. That's what we do. We're all kind of attorneys. We're all plaintiffs and defendants all the time. That's what we're doing. Well, here's my discovery. Here's my evidence. I found this on this and this and that. And then somebody comes out and says, well, I found this. And here's the drama. I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent now, but. Tracy Smith said needs protein. I don't know if you're talking about the cat. Cat gets tons of protein, so that's, unless it's not absorbing the protein. If that's what you mean, I don't know if you're talking and addressing the cat story here that I have. Surfer Dude says, in nature, nothing attacks its own species except for the praying mantis. Praying mantis copulates, and then the female eats the male's head off. That beautiful, cute praying mantis. Stone cold killer, man. Makes you grateful that you're not in the insect world. That I know. So a parasite, Dr. Zom asks, so a parasite's evil? If you say so. See, is everybody familiar with what's called the double slit experiment? If you don't know what that is, maybe you want to Google it, the double slit experiment. And what it is where they splash light onto a wall, and it forms a pattern. But then when they bring an observer in, somebody starts to look at it, it makes a different pattern. Why? Because now you're defining it. Define something. D is demon. Decide. Define. D means to ground. Demon, grounded angel. Matter. D. D-E. So this is what we do as a human being, is that when light enters your little devil here, your black sun, the retina, which is the net of capillaries on the back of your eye, catches the light. It catches it like a glove as it goes into the eyeball, and then the optical nerve sends the signal to the brain, and you process the image. And now you say, oh, that's a cell phone. It's instant though, but then it becomes subconscious. Like when you're driving your car and you got your knee, you're driving with your knee, and you got your phone like this, and you're trying to drink and you're trying to drive. Who's driving the car, man? Well, you've done it a million times, so now you can do it with your knee. You can shift with your hand, and your other hand's holding it. You can do all that stuff because you have tons of practice at it. So it becomes repetition, and it's embedded into your subconscious mind. So this is what we do. We define things, and then when we define it, we don't even have to give it any thought anymore, because the folder that's been placed in our minds is filled with the memories of it doing it over and over and over again. So it just gets easier. On average, Joe says, even the parasites you flush down the toilet after a cleanse. Yeah. Everything wants to live. Most things will run from death if it knows death is coming. That's a program. You're wired that way. You don't have to think about it. You're wired that way. Programmed that way. You go back, if you take a brand new toddler, a little kid that just learned to walk, and you put it inside of a room and you have somebody walk in with a gun, is the child going to start running? No, because the programming hasn't been instituted yet. So there's programming involved. So that way you have this fight or flight reaction when the programming sets in. Let me just move this over. No, that didn't work. Okay, there we go. Mr. Obvious says, my black mirror is my best friend. Wait till I show you the shiny one. Lane says, we start being programmed the moment we're born. Yeah, so if you think about how we come into this world, right? Like, do you have to tell your immune system to go after the bacteria that enters your body? And on top of that, the ridiculousness of that question, because you don't, but how do you know when bacteria enters your body? You ever have food poisoning? Whoo, it's gnarly. But see, you wouldn't have eaten the food if you would have known that there was bacteria on it, or it was going to give you complete nauseation and dehydration. So you don't have to tell your immune system to attack. It automatically does that by way of the programming that was instituted in the human biology. And I've talked about this so many times, and this supports where God is everything. Because if God made the immune system, then God made the viruses and bacterias and all that kind of stuff, because it wouldn't have had any reason to create the immune system. There would be no reason to do it. So when you create something like that, especially when you talk about the Adam and Eve story, there's so many holes in that allegorical story. Because there was nothing that was talked about. You get kicked out of the garden, but that means that something that you got kicked out into was already created, because it didn't say God made something before he kicked him out, like he prepared. It was already prepared. That place that they went to in the context of that story was already prepared, meaning that it was omniscient, omnipresent. God knew that it was going to happen, preparing that place. Otherwise, where are you going to kick them out to? And then on top of that, you had an immune system then. Well, what did you have an immune system then for? Somebody's asking about out-of-body experiences. We talked about this on the last. What's your question? Just going through your comments. Mr. Man's, I have mine's a Samsung. My phone, this one right here is a. See, I hold on to things. So this is a 2019 Samsung S10e, and I got this one because I like the smaller phones. And this one is kind of like one of the smaller ones. I wish I could get an even smaller one, but I don't like flip phones. But this one has been a champion. I actually have two of these. But I have all Apple products for my computer, so I got both. But I prefer the Android phones over the Apple phones. Hindmine Tornado asks, did you look at what Pluto generations maybe would be possibly waking up to be spit out? Well, I was born in 73, so my Pluto, if you're born 69, 70, 71, 72, so Pluto's going to be in Virgo, which, there are many ways to look at Pluto. And obviously, the tried and true aspect of Pluto is transformation, right? It's like Pluto is like the weed killer in a garden, or it removes the dead wood, right? It's a lot of transformation. So yes, the Pluto in Virgo, you're transforming health and wellness, but also, yes, the physicality of the carbon-based life forms that we are. Carbon is Virgo. So this could be talking about that. Where is there something about moving into and moving away from the body? Maybe it's a thing. I mean, is transhumanism, and I know it has a bad rap, and I'm just neutral to it, right? Is it where we're moving towards, and is it inevitable? Well, time will tell, right? I don't do predictions like that. I try not to do predictions. Because once you get it wrong, people, they just put you out to dry. But like I said, I will talk about the possibilities of what we're moving towards. And Pluto right now is moving into Capricorn, right? And as it moves through Capricorn, the removal and the transformation will be about Capricorn-based energy, which is law and government and order and money and court and judges, real estate. This is what Pluto affects when in Capricorn. And then you have to look at where Saturn's at to see, because Saturn's the lord of Capricorn. So if Pluto's in the hotel of, I call them hotels. If Pluto if Pluto has a room at Hotel Capricorn, which it does, and it's going to be there till 2040, well, it's going to have to abide by the rules of Capricorn. And Capricorn is structure. So Pluto comes in there and it's like, okay, well, we need to remove structures because I am structure. This is Capricorn talk. I make the structure. I'm time. So Pluto comes in and is like, well, I'm a remover. So when it's removing structure. And then you look to the Saturn placement, and Saturn is in Aquarius right now. And that's not going to be that way forever. So that's going to play its role as well. I got off on that, but that's the Pluto generations. Someone asked a question about, damn, I missed it. Where was it? I know Anne-Marie, you had a question. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, can you speak on navigating the placement of Chiron and Gemini? Well, what house is it in? So we can't just say it's in Gemini. What house is it in to get a flavor of what it's all about? Like, where's your Chiron at? What house is it in? It's in Gemini, great. So then you have to look to your Mercury placement and the way you think. But see, Chiron has a bad rap as well because people normally label it as my wound. But it's also other people's wounds that will come into your life as well that will have commonalities with you to make you a better person. So your screenplay will get better. So when we normally look at, like for example, this is the card of 2025. And people that pull this tarot card, it's like a big fear card, but the 10s mean completion. So while this card right here really kind of spells out the end of something, it also means the birthing of something new. So that can be a huge thing if we look at it and from that lens. Oh, Jason Bashir has hammered OBE today, Lane says. Oh, that's interesting. Well, maybe that's why somebody asked me about it. I don't give a shit. Like, people, okay, so let's address it. Logan, how do you feel about OBEs? Don't care. If you do OBEs, great. Why? The question I would have is, why is there a surge in them right now? These weren't a thing 10 years ago. I mean, they were a thing, but not like they are. When you see a surge in something, that's where you should start to have critical thinking. Why is the surge coming in? What for? What's the purpose? It's the mechanics of this reality. But for me, OBEs, it's like I had a dream last night. Should I start doing podcasts on dreams? And trying to tell people, yeah, I had this dream and this is what I saw and that's what's coming. Good luck at supporting that. How many dreams that we have that was just a dream? So I'm not belittling people that do the OBE stuff, that community, but it's not my cup of thing. It's not my thing. It's to me, it's no different than having a dream. I mean, I can take some mushrooms. I can do ayahuasca. I can smoke some pot. I can take some acid and mimic and do the same thing. And I know some people say, well, I don't have to do that. Well, good for you. You don't have to do that. Great. You get to do it all natural. Congratulations. Let me get the little trophy for you and bring it to you, since you can do it all natural. Anyway, that's just me being ridiculous. Carla's asking, do you think plant medicine is a shortcut to enlightenment? No. I think plant medicine is just plant medicine. Why do we have to give a definition to it? On the context of that. Now we use these, right? Like I can say, I've said this many times, you want to shortcut the process to becoming refined, you study your code. So we're just programmed to say these habitual statements. But really, there's just one path for you. It may be different doors that you'll go down, but it's just one path that you'll end up, and it's the serpent, right? The path of the serpent. Just tied to your ideas. So I don't think plant medicine is a shortcut. It's a tool. I mean, that would be like asking a carpenter, is the bandsaw you bought, is that a shortcut to building the house? Because you used to use a handsaw, but now that you have the table saw, the electrical table saw, is that a shortcut to building the house? It's going to build it quicker because you're going to be able to cut the wood faster, right? It's a tool. That's all I think it is. Connor Powers asking, does every parallel universe have its own code and each one just a tad different? Well, if that's a thing, right? Because I don't know if that's true, if there are parallel universes. It's a possibility. So I'm speculating on a possibility. But if that's a thing, then you would think that they would have its own unique set of codes. So I'm down for that. Elevate your 3D third is, can you do a podcast with Waters? And I don't know who that other person is. Sama? Who is that? Anonym is asking, how did we get here without our consent? I couldn't answer that. I don't know. All I can tell you is that you are living through a predestined reality, meaning that your experiences in life are already set out for you. And you could say that, well, that wasn't my consent. You're the divine. The divine is using you like a pen to write on a piece of paper. And we're not a pen, though. We're more complex. We're speaking. Right now I'm speaking, and you could take these words I'm saying and you could write them down. Secondary, right? Writing them down. So my voice is a pen. My mind is a pen. My eyes are a pen. My feelings are a pen. And we get to describe them as we navigate through these experiences in our lives. And again, I think that the free will we have is our emotions, our emotional reactions to things. And I think that is complex, because what's harvesting the energy and what for? I know we live inside of a battery. This is a battery. That's why you have cells in your body. I'm a cell inside the battery. Inside your body, trillions of cells. And the cells, they give off energy. We give off energy. What are the cells in your body giving off energy for? ATP. What is it for? Why do cells give you energy? So you can move and navigate and do your work and create things. Okay. So if we have cells in our body that are creating energy, called ATP, and we're using that as fuel to create this reality that we call life through, then why would it stop there? Why can't we be the cells? We are an entire cell, and our energy of our emotions are being harvested by another being that is we're in the inside of. You could say it's the belly of the beast. We're inside a cell, we have cells, and we're being harvested for our energy like we harvest the energy from our cells. As above, so below. We become the as above inside your body, and the cells that you can't see, that's the so below. What do you think those cells are having conversations about? Man, them damn humans just using me for my energy. That's what they'd be saying. Because they're archetypes inside of you. You ever look at your blood cells? You ever do dark field microscopy? I love it. You prick your finger and you put it on a slide and you put it under a microscope. And when you do that, you can see the live blood analysis. And the blood, when it's healthy, looks like little Cheerios, little donuts. And they're all moving and they're all alive. Every single red blood cell that you see on a live blood analysis, those are all archetypes. They're all like little rafts floating down the stream in your blood. They're all little messengers. And you're using those for survival. The iron and the binding with the oxygen, you're using it. And you don't even think about it. You don't have to. But if those blood cells could talk, you know, like if you look at your blood analysis and you're not eating the right kind of nutrients, they can become irregular. You can get what's called rouleau, which is the congregation of red blood cells where there's not a lot of movement and they get stuck. It's like a traffic jam. That's a thing. It's a real thing. What would those blood cells tell you if they got into a traffic jam? What do we tell people when you're on the I-5 in Los Angeles and you're trying to get somewhere at 5:30 p.m. or the 405 in Santa Monica and you're trying to get to the Hollywood Hills? You're stuck, you're bumper to bumper. What are you saying? Oh, you're on the phone with your friend. Oh my God, you wouldn't even want to be here right now. Freaking people everywhere, man. It's a crazy mess on the 405. Well, that's what happens with the blood. It collects and it's a traffic jam. It's called rouleau. Bottlenecking. These are the concept, the critical thinking we could do to look at from our bodies, the simplicity of our body inside the cells, the blood cells, and then we look out externally and the traffic jams. The freeways is our circulatory system. The 405, the 5, the 710. If you're in LA, I-40 that runs across the US, these are all the veins of the United States, the freeways, the interstates. This is the circulatory system that the blood travels through. And the blood cells are the cars that drive along these roads. That's how it's so easy to see this. It's the same thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, the cells inside your body, they're giving you energy. They're enforcing your reality. When do you ever give gratitude to the cells in your body? Probably never. Ever. You never ever pay attention to the cells in your body because they're constant and regenerating. They have self-suicide, but they come and go really quickly. They come on quick, they die quick. You're not going to any funerals of your cells. There's too many, trillions of them. Do you take them for granted? Yeah. Because you don't even really consider them that important, but when you pay attention to it, you realize just how important the cells in your body are. And the cells in your body, they don't complain. They don't bitch. They do their job. They don't have a say in it, folks. Why do you think you have a say in it? When you become the cell and you're inside this battery, this is a battery. Your body is a battery. Negative and positive. And you're being polarized in this reality, and your emotions are the polarization. Love, fear, good cop, bad cop, polarization. Make sure you do this and make sure you do that. Don't do this, don't do that. Polarization. And you're a battery, and the emotions that you give off of love, fear, doubt, worry, anxiety, this is all charging the battery. You're a cell inside this massive battery, and we're charging up, and we're being used for something beyond this that we can't even comprehend because it's too big. Just like you can't comprehend what a cell looks like in your body unless you look at it under a microscope. We are under the microscope. But of course we define it as, oh yeah, no, but I have this red clothes on and I have these Ray-Bans. Oh, I'm way more complex. And I have this cell phone and I drink water. And what do you think the cells do? You don't think cells drink water? They get hydrated. They do that through the minerals. Like if you're not taking potassium, your cells, you're not going to regulate them the right way. You need potassium. That's why when you drink water, you should be like licking salt and drinking your water. Why? Because the salt has all the minerals in it to make sure that the cells get hydrated and they work better. You do yourself a favor. Anyway, I'm getting way off on. But anyway, I think you get the point. Maggie's asking, why would you donate the placenta? I don't know if you're asking me that. The placenta is like the retina in your eye. It feeds it's the feeder of the embryo. It's essentially the placenta is inside of an egg is the placenta, the yolk. An egg is the sun. That's why it's yellow. So the yolk is the sun. That is inside of an egg. There is no animal in there, by the way. That egg there's no animal in there because it needs heat in order for it to grow. So when you crack an egg and you have the albumin and the yolk, that's not an animal. Still biology, but it's not an animal. But the yolk is what feeds the embryo once the embryo gets created. What does the sun do? What does light do? It feeds us. The sun is yellow in the classical sense. The embryo, the yolk is yellow inside the egg. It's so beautiful. And then the placenta inside the woman, that's the yolk. It feeds the embryo. Just like the yolk feeds the embryo in the egg that becomes a chicken. It's really beautiful. Surfer Dude says, so it's fair to say we're a battery cell. Yeah, you're a cell in a battery. We're inside of a battery, and you charge the battery up by your emotions. Right? So when you get emotionless, so this is why when you go into theology, which is an allegorical book, by the way, in Revelation, when Jesus is talking to the church in Laodicea, one of the 7 major churches during that time in Turkey, he goes to the church, and in the story goes, if you do the research on this, and I'm just regurgitating the story because I wasn't there, but the story, and again, it's allegorical, but the story says that in the area of Laodicea, which was in Turkey, this was like an area that was very wealthy. And so when Jesus goes there to the church, he tells the church, hey, you guys, you gals, you're either going to be with me or you're going to be against me. I wish you would pick one. That's what it says. Revelation 3 verses 15. Please, pick one. You're either with me or you're against me. But if you're neither of those, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Meaning, if you're not going to be with me or against me, I have no use for you anymore. And that's lukewarm, and that's the interpretation. So for me, I'm all about the lukewarm. Because I don't want to be part of the church. I don't want to be part of that organization. Don't need to be. I don't know where I was going with that. But that's the battery aspect. Is that if Jesus says, you're either with me, okay, I'm with you. Great. Worship me. Make sure you eat my blood, drink my blood, vampirism, and eat my body, cannibalism. Make sure you do those rituals so you'll get your salvation. You'll get your eternal life. Make sure that's what you're going to get as a reward. Okay. When you do that, you're being polarized, meaning your worship is charging the battery on that side. You're part of the positive and negative now. Now, if you say, well, I'm not going to be with you, I'm going to be against you. Okay, cool. That's great because you're now against me and I'm going to suck the energy from you. Because when you have the villain and the superhero, that's the negative and positive. And they feed off of each other and they cause an energy exchange. The church and the devil, they cause an energy exchange. An anode and a cathode in a battery is the church and the devil. Or God and the devil. That is the battery. And it causes an energy exchange. Like your battery in your car that you probably never give gratitude towards, but you start your car up and without that battery, you wouldn't make it to work. But we don't think this way because I got to get to work. Who's thinking about a battery? Who's giving gratitude to the battery? I do, but I don't have a car. But anyway, the battery is holding a charge. And in order to start your car up, the cells in the battery are charged up. And when you turn that key, it provides the spark. And then to keep that battery charged up, you have the alternator, which regulates the energy, the regulation, the regulator, the alternator. But you don't even, that battery, once your car's driving, you don't even really need the battery anymore because the alternator will regulate the voltage. But nonetheless, the battery, folks, we live in a battery. So when you're polarized, you're gonna superhero villain. It wants you to choose a side. That's why Jesus says, "I wish you were with me or against me. I wish you would pick a side instead of being lukewarm. I got no use for you if you're lukewarm. Come on, man, wake up." Oh, when I wake up and I see, oh, you got no use for me? Great. I don't want to play your game. I don't want to fit into the allegorical context. I'm not going to eat your body and do cannibalism. I'm not going to drink your blood and do vampirism. That's ridiculous. But that's what human beings have succumbed to without asking questions or using logic and critical thinking. Again, it's no different than, oh, I turned 21. I can't wait to go out and drink with my friends. You're not thinking about anything else other than, oh my God, the anticipation of being able to drink when I'm 21. That's the only thing that matters. Or right now, the big thing on the world stage is the anticipation of the aliens being revealed. I was just thinking about this. Like there's so much right now in your face about this. And you fast forward, imagine the reveals this year, right? There's actually really aliens. 5 years from now, it'll be old news. It's like an orgasm. Our reality is based on an orgasm. Right now, we're all, as a group, we're having this group sex. In and out, I'm getting really in and out, in and out, in and out. And the climax is the aliens get revealed. And boom, the orgasm happens. Oh my God, I can't believe it. That's the orgasm as a collective. And once the orgasm is done, meaning once the disclosure happens and it's like, oh, okay, then you start seeing aliens walking around all around the world and you see them and it's no big deal. It loses its luster. Next, what's next? What's the next big thing to happen? Now everybody collects together and now it's in and out, in and out. You're looking for the next orgasm again. And the in and out is the energy exchange, talking about it, chatting about it, praying about it, talking about it, whatever. Sharing it on social media. This is the buildup of the orgasm. And when it finally hits and it explodes and it has its orgasm, people are like, it's no big deal anymore. It's no big deal anymore. Because what happens after sex? Like you're tired. The chemistry's gone. The dopamine is gone now. That rush is gone. And you may go at it again, but that's it. You're done. Then you rest. That's why you see people, they smoke and they have whatever and they're, oh, it was so good, baby. And you're relaxing. Because the whole buildup is gone. And that's what's happening on the world stage. There's these buildups right now. And the alien disclosure is that buildup moving towards the orgasm. And when the orgasm happens, it will be through your own unique experience. But as a collective, Like when there's a disclosure and it's a big one, that's the orgasm. That's the cosmic collective orgasm that we have as a species together, sharing. So when you do it together, when you're online and you're sharing the same stories as everybody else is, you're being part of the ushering in of the orgasm. When you're having sex with somebody, in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm getting really graphic, but when you're doing that, you're trying to build up, you're trying to get to a maximum point to where you're going to bust one. Well, that's what we're doing as a species. People are, and how do we do that? Through the collective. People are sharing the same stories and they're bottlenecking this information on social media, on emails, talking about it at seminars, and they're building up and it's moving in and it's forming and it's going to bring the orgasm. That's how it works. And when the orgasm happens, folks, it's going to be like you had an orgasm and you're tired and you want to chill out and order some food and watch a movie and sit back and you just want to cuddle. Because it's now there's no tension anymore. You know, like the tension on the world stage is like when you go on a date and the chemistry's like so hot and you know you're going to get some, or you think you're going to get some, and you're both on the same page and you're playing footsies and you're holding and you're rubbing each other and that build up and that build up and that build up and you're eating dinner and that build up's happening, that build up's happening, then you go to some play and the build up's happening, the build up's happening. Then you go home and you can't take it anymore. And the consent is you both say, let's go spend the night together. And bam, that happens. And that changes everything in the relationship. Sex, as great as it is, can completely alter the relationship. Because now, instantaneously, you have what's called attachment. And now, I don't want you talking to that person. I don't like how you do that. I really don't want you. Why are you talking to that guy? Now you have conditions. Why do you have the conditions? Because I slept with you. So now I get to put conditions on you. Oh, okay. I see how that works. Anyway, another tangent, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. Mr. Man's asking a question. Do you believe in repentance? Look at the word. Look at the first two letters that it starts with. Re, to do it again. To do it again. What? Do I believe in repent? I don't believe in anything. I'm a nihilist, man. I just know how this reality works. And that's not to boast, by the way. When I say that, I know nothing. I just know what I know. You know, it's so crazy for my life because I've been celibate now 34 months, something like that. I don't celebrate the holidays, don't do birthdays. I don't partake in any of the stuff. For me, it's just all about being a good person. And I'm only telling you that because I'm telling you how much I've let go of so many things. And I'm not saying that it's going to be this way forever for me, because people say, are you ever going to get into a relationship again? If that's what the divine's going to want to do for me, I don't know. But I'm like, I use the analogy of being a surfer, right? A surfer paddles out, and it gets way out in the ocean and it's waiting for that big ass wave to come. And when it sees that big ass wave come, it jumps on and it starts to ride the wave. When do you ever see a surfer jump off the wave halfway through? No, unless they fall off. No, they ride it all the way in. So for me right now, this celibacy that I'm living through and being by myself and being hermit mode, I'm riding that wave as long as it's going to take me. If it's for the rest of my life, it's for the rest of my life. I don't know. But when the wave finally ends, and there's really no way to mark it, I mean, there's nowhere to put the marker on that unless you say that, oh, well, it ends right there. You're going to get on another one. So that's why I say, when you're on a good one, ride that sucker as long as you can. Because nothing lasts in this reality. You may get on a bigger and better wave. It may be even better, maybe even bigger. It may be more pleasurable. But when you were on a good one, you stay on that wave as long as you can. It's nobody coming to my house. That's funny. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I could talk about this and I could tell you the value of, and I'm not saying this is permanent in my life, but I'm telling you the value of being alone and being celibate is that, you see, and being a minimalist and being a nihilist. When you have a lot of things in your life, you're weighed down, right? When you start to collect things, you weigh yourself down. When you buy a car, you weigh yourself down, even though it is an asset because you can drive, but now you have insurance. If it gets broken into, if somebody steals it, if somebody smashes into it, it could become a liability, right? It weighs you. If you buy 2 cars, well, now you got to insure 2 cars. You buy 3 cars. You buy a motorcycle. You got a boat. You have insurance on that. Now you have to go out and earn more money to offset the payments, right? So liability, weighing you down. So what's the value in minimalism? See, there's nothing weighing me down. It's very freeing. I have this bike that I don't even chain up in Mexico. It's spray painted black. There's rust on it, but I love it. Because it's got me everywhere I go is within bike riding distance. And I love it. I'm grateful for it. And if somebody ends up stealing it, I wouldn't get mad because it's not like I can't get another one, but it's not like a car. Like the bike, I think I paid $100 for the bike back in the day. It's a used bike. If somebody steals it, they needed it more than I did. I'm just renting it anyway. So great. I look at it as that person, maybe they needed it more than I did. So I can get into, and so it's not a big loss, right? Because it's not extreme. It's not like a brand new car and somebody stole my car. Oh my God, somebody stole my car. And now you get emotional with that, right? If somebody steals your car and it's a brand new car, you're going to get emotional. What the hell, man? Where's my freaking car? And now you got to call the insurance company. You got to spend time on the phone. The agent may be an asshole. You got to call the cops, write the police report out, time out of your day. It's like, what a freaking hassle. Oh my God, this person caused a nightmare in my life. What's the lesson in that though? But that thing's going to cost you now. So that becomes a hassle. So if you don't have a car, don't have to worry about it. And the bicycle I have, it's worth $100 maybe, but I love it. But if somebody took it, it's not a big deal to replace it. So the value of that with minimalism is great. And then spending time alone, I get to focus on you. I get to focus on the communities that I enjoy being around. I get off on it. My reward is I get to do what I love to do. I get rewarded for it by being able to change people's lives, getting them to think, not have to agree with everything, and then doing readings for people. If I had a partner in my life, like the typical girlfriend, wife that I used to have, like you have to spend time and sacrifice. That means I don't get to spend as much time with all of you. And to do all the decodes, I keep pumping them out. Why? Because I got to pay attention to this partner I have now. Not that it's a bad thing, but you see, I have to sacrifice Decode Your Reality and readings because now I got to pay attention to somebody who is going to demand my attention, because that's how we use each other for partnerships. And then sex, celibacy, right? When it's not around, like a lot of people in this reality, it's like, where do I get my fix? Oh my God, I'm so horny. I gotta go. And then and now you're looking for it. Constantly scan. You're on the dating sites. You're just who's gonna come say who's gonna be my knight in shining armor? Where's the girl of my dreams gonna come in? And you're just looking. And why? Because you want to get your rocks off. Because you want to use that person to get oxytocin and dopamine from. I get it. I'm just saying it's a thing. Not saying there's anything wrong with it. But that's the value in being celibate, is that you remove that layer of your life, and then the energy of the sacral chakra. you now transform that energy into something more useful and it's what I'm transforming it into is helping people on a global scale. Right? Not keeping tabs and not caring about the numbers, but just I know that I'm helping people. And I'm being able to maximize and squeeze every drop I can out of this ride that I'm on, the surfboard right now. I'm on this wave and I'm still on it. And I don't know how long it's going to go. I don't know if a partner is going to come into my life. And, when you know, I've had this conversation with my friends. Like, when you meet somebody and there's freaking chemistry and you could just feel it, something's going to change. But the value in riding this wave right now, I can't even tell you. I'm living out my best life and I'm not with anybody and I've been celibate for 33 plus months. My best years are about to come. Maybe I get into a relationship. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm just telling you the value of being by yourself and being celibate. When there's a lot of gratitude that comes with it. A lot of gratitude. Mr. Man's asking about Instagram. I have an Instagram account, but it's called Voxter Graphics, and it's just all quotes. I used to create all these artistic quotes. I'll leave it in the chat here. It's called Voxed. Let me just double check because I don't really use it. I got friends that communicate through it with me, but I'm not on it really. The last time I put a post on it was like forever ago. See, I don't even know how to use this damn thing anymore. There we go, home. Yeah, Fox, I just want to make sure I got it right. There you go. So I just posted it there so you can just look it up. But they're just all quotes. Like, I like making art. I'm an artist, so I love memes. I love posting memes and quotes, like stuff like that. So that's just kind of some of my artistic endeavors. And I only have 700 and something posts on there, but anyway. Lauren Renee says gratitude for an old bike with a big heart. Absolutely. You know what I should do? I'm going to take a picture of it if I can remember. Actually, do I have a picture of it? Probably don't. So I can show you what it looks like. It's just all black bike. It's got rust on the wheels. I actually just had to bring it back from the bike shop because the bearings on the inside were wearing out. I had to get a new basket for it. I got this it's like a beach bike, but it's all black. It's got a basket in the front to hold my groceries when I go to the store. It's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I have a picture of it. Alonzo, what's up, brother? He says, have you had people reach out for your decoding firm? I've had quite a bit of people reach out. It's all in a folder right now. I have not responded. So don't think that, I won't respond. I will. I'm just gathering names right now to see what kind of people it's not as much as I thought. I thought there would be a lot more, but that's okay. So it's going to take some time. I'm not a rabbit. I'm a turtle. I move slow. So when I put an idea out there, eventually, if it's going to manifest, it'll manifest. Debbie Kennedy, does being a rancher make me a minimalist? Well, there's going to be gradients and definitions of being a minimalist, right? You could be somebody who has a house, a car, a horse, and be a minimalist. So it's just a gradient. They're all gradients of it. You could have somebody that just lives in the woods and lives off the land and has nothing. And if they compare their lives to mine, I wouldn't even be a minimalist in their eyes, perhaps. I got some electronics. I got a cell phone. Like, if I get rid of my cell phone, do I become more of a minimalist? Yeah. But I like the cell phone. It's a tool. What's up, Miriam? Miriam says, when alone, you get to connect with the divine and creation happens. Yeah, and again, it's a great way to look at it. Again, folks, the value in being alone. You know, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I've had friends that I've watched them go through their breakups, and I can feel the emotions through the phone, man. And I'm not even an empath. And it reminds me of how grateful I am to have my life. Because I'm listening and hearing these stories and knowing what emotional turbulences they're going through. And I'm just like, man, I wouldn't sign up for that. I know neither one of you would sign up for that. But when you have the idea come across your table of like, well, the shiny new toy of being by myself and being a hermit is kind of losing its luster, you'll know. But when that comes across the table for you, and the day you start looking, the day you start kicking it around, you know, you start moving towards that, it could change everything. And again, that path is, in my opinion, is already predestined for you. So, Anne Marie asks, what's the decoding firm? So I have this idea. I might as well mention it since I haven't. So I have this idea. Let me see if I can find the image so I can show all of you. Let me see if I can pull it up. There it is. Give me 1 second. So this is the idea. You know, so I'm a fan of like law and order, and even though I'm an outlaw and I like courts and all that, I know how that crap works, and it's just a big, ridiculous game. I just like the word firm, like law firm. Like I'm a huge fan of the show Suits. Like it's a drama, right? I like watching the dramas, not experiencing the drama, but watching it. I think we all do that. But anyway, the idea was that I want to create a very unique niche group of people where we can come together privately and start to work on decodes together. Like we would pick a topic and we would all decode it from our own perspectives. But the qualifications for this, obviously, is you got to be a code breaker. You don't necessarily have to know everything I know or all the techniques that I know. Maybe you have some of your own techniques. But you got to know how to code break to some degree. You got to have knowledge of the periodic table, at least a little bit. You got to know mathematics a little bit. You got to know, you know, the golden ratio and pi and that. You got to have a little bit of knowledge of that stuff. It would be beneficial if you knew your astrological chart and your human design and numerology and all that stuff. That would help. But the point of this is to be able to take any topic on the world stage, and maybe even taking some ideas from people that want ideas decoded, and to come together and break it down as a group. Where we do it individually, then we come together as a group. And so I created this idea. It's called the Decoding Firm. And if it's to become a thing, it'll become a thing. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But the idea is to have it become a thing. And so I need people. And so the concept here is to have myself and 12 more people. So 13 total. I don't care what your age is. I don't care your sex. I don't care what you look like. I don't even care about that stuff. All I care about is, are you a code breaker? Are you serious about breaking down code? And is it a passion of yours? If it's not a passion, I'm not interested in bringing someone on that's not passionate about it. So there'll be a vetting process that's going to take place with this. And it's a slow process. It's not going to be like next week. I don't have a timetable for it because I got a lot of stuff going on. So I'm just letting it guide me naturally. And if this is what the universe is going to push me towards, to opening this thing up, then so be it. But I know that I'm here to change the world in the ways of code breaking and astrology, numerology, and bringing this different flair to the sense of it. Not the typical stuff, and refinement, and to bring precision to the world about these mystical art platforms. And now we're being able to use them as decoding layers. So yeah, so if you're interested, if you're interested in this and you want to be a part of this, there's a very strict rule. If you can't follow this rule and you blow the rule, then you might as well just forget it. You'll just be disqualified. So the rule is that you email me, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, but here's the big thing. If inside the heading of your email, in all capital letters, it must say The Decoding Firm. If you do not put that in your heading, I will disqualify you immediately. If you reach out to me any other way, I will not even reply. Because if you can't follow this simple instruction, then it's not going to be part of this group. Now, the cool thing about this is when I get this thing rolling and we have a round table of 13, I'm going to want to create another one. So the idea is to get more decoding firms, like law firms around the world, and people to be groups of the decoding firm, and then the other one, the decoding firm in Amsterdam, the decoding firm in Germany. That's the idea of this concept. Now, again, I don't know if it's going to take off, but we shall see. But that's the idea. That's the idea. Your mom asks, how about we meet in Mexico and you train us for a day? I'll pay you for your time. Well, I have a course coming out, as most of you know. It's called Spotlight. And I'm kind of like been a turtle at releasing it because of all the decodes that I've been doing and everything else. But I will tell you this, that I'm going to be at the Acapulco event. Let me just get this so you all can see this really quickly. Where the hell is my thing? Just give me a second. So it's the 11th annual Acapulco. Let me just get this to load up. Give me 1 second. Okay. I don't know what happened to all their visuals, but there we go. So this is their official website right here. It's very slow to load, so I have to probably talk to them about how slow it's loading. But anyway, I'm going to be at this event next month, and it's just so interesting. If you're into the flat earth stuff, I was riding my bike home from the grocery store earlier on, and I hear somebody call my name out, and who is it? It's Flat Earth Dave. If you know who Flat Earth Dave is, he's a big flat earther guy in that community. He's like, Logan, and I look over and I say, oh my God, Dave. So he's like, I was like, what's going on? He's like, I'm speaking at Acapulco. I'm like, so am I. So he's going to be there, and he's doing some things. They're doing some debate, which I'm not a fan of the debates, but he's going to be there. There's going to be supposedly some pretty big names. This is a week-long event here. So I'm pretty excited about doing this event. I get to speak on stage, the main stage, on Monday the 17th. They give me 1 hour, and I'm still trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to talk about. I may just go out there and rant my ass off, but this is going to be a fun event, and I really can't wait to be a part of it. So that's gonna be cool. So if you can get out to Acapulco, it's for a week, and then they have like a week after that where content creators can get together and do their things individually, which is kind of cool. So anyway, I'm telling you that because the course I have coming out, the goal is to get it finished before I go to the Acapulco event. So I have something tangible that people can buy and follow this work and research that I'm doing. Because the most important, like I would love to teach people how to decode, but the very first thing that I think all of us should do is to be able to decode yourself. Because once you see how you're coded, then you can take the same principles and apply them to decoding topics, right? Now the decoding firm is going to be much more in depth, much more deeper, because we're getting into stuff that you normally wouldn't do for yourself. Right? Because when you're doing a decode for yourself, you're looking at your astrological map, your numerology, human design, Enneagram, personality types, Mayan astrology, all that stuff. And then you're also looking at your, like your address, your latitude, longitude, where you were born, your high school mascot. These are all a thing for you. So studying that, and then the course. So that's the course called Spotlight. It's going to revolutionize, because you will never have to go anywhere else to figure out who you are and why you're here. I'm going to show you how to do it. You're never going to need to get a reader ever again, unless you want it done for you. Like some people just want to, you just do it for me. Like when I do a reading for somebody, it's about 3 hours. It's a whole show. It's a whole presentation. The whole thing. It's a lot of fun. It's very influential, and it's very like entertaining to show you, tell you, and it's super accurate. So. Nice, Dean. I met Dave. Yeah, it's so funny. I saw Dave. So Dave comes here because Santos is here, and Dave came in, and that's why I met Dave through Santos, and he came on the Syncretism Society, and I was like the black sheep of that event. That was kind of funny because I was like not completely convinced. I'm still not completely convinced everything he says, but anyway, he's a cool guy. He's really fun. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see him that he's here. Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate that, man. When I was on the stage in San Diego, I felt like, honestly, how I was feeling up there is, and I wish I wasn't up so high. I felt like I was a pharmacist, like they're sitting like 5 feet above everybody. But I felt like some people were just like a deer in the headlights. So I'm really trying to, and I know when I go to the Acapulco event, a lot of these people, it's a huge community of, you would say, awoke people. So I think it'll be pretty awesome. But I still think, I was telling the producer today that I think I'm still going to be the black sheep of the event, because, to go in there and tell you that you're a non-player character, it's pretty bold, right? Like, that's why it pisses people off, rubs people, because they don't, no, I'm not. But to claim that, anyways. Thanks, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Thanks, Melinda. So I talked to the producer today. I'm like, man, I just want to read tarot cards. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to that event. It's a whole week, man. So I'm just like, I'm going to set up a table somewhere. I'm just going to I'm going to do tarot readings. That's it. I'm just going to do just 5-minute tarot readings, just complimentary for a couple hours in spurts. Just come on up to the table. Let's throw some tarot cards down. I don't think they have anything like that there, so I'm pretty excited to maybe introduce this and to get people interested in this. It'll be a lot of fun. James Adams, have you seen the Golden web series by Chiron Last? I haven't. No. Oh, Bobby, you cut it all on video? That's awesome. Yeah, Mary says, would love to see their faces when you say they're an NPC. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to support it, right? But I tell you, folks, it's challenging to take the information from Decode Your Reality and just plop it into somebody that's never seen it before. It can get overwhelming because it's like, wait a minute, the cards, the tarot, the periodic table, mathematics, and like, I don't even study math. So I'm trying to figure out how to condense this down and to put a presentation. Like when I was in San Diego, we didn't have a screen. So I just had to sit there and pace on, which I love. I got to pace and talk. It was all freelance. No preparation at San Diego. And I want to do the same thing. I don't really want to, if I prep, it's because I get to plug into the computer and use slides. So I want to have that as the guide there, but I got to really condense it down to simplify it. Like the Zodiac decode that I just did, I could probably present something like that. But the title is that I'm going to be speaking is called, I think I'm going to use a scripted reality. So, There's going to be some COVID stuff in there for sure to show that script playing out. So that event in Acapulco is February 17th. I think I speak on the first day. Monday the 17th is what I'm speaking, till the 22nd. So it's like a whole week. 17, 18, 19. It's Monday through Friday. And then they have something after that. So. Macintech asks, you use Chaldean numerology. Is English A through Z and Pythagorean important too? Yeah, they all have their say in the decoding world. See, when I do come out with a decoding course, a class, I'm going to tell you specifically that if you're going to start decoding, the best thing to do is to just use one cipher. And then take the cipher results and then connect it to your tarot, connect it to your alchemy, connect it to your mathematics. Because until you get a foundation, you can get all excited because, oh my God, this matches this. And that's when I started doing this back in 2012, I think, or 2013 with numerology, I was all excited. And back then I was like, it's the Masons, oh, the 33, and it's this and it's that. I was at a very beginning newbie stage, and I went through the metamorphosis. And now I'm at the stage I'm at now where I don't say that anymore because it's kind of like old news. It's not even news, actually. So yeah, the Pythagorean's amazing, the 1 through 9, and the English A through Z is kind of the cousin of Chaldean because they're both use the number 8. 1 through 26 is 8, and Chaldean uses 1 through 8. So Alejandro Ochoa, hope I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for your support. Question is, do you think numerology can be used for day trading? Of course, it can. But again, if I would ever, and it may be a thing, if I ever decide to move this methodology into trading stocks and bonds, and I would only use one cipher. When you start to use more than one, you start to get a watered down result. So if you're looking for pattern recognition, you want to use one cipher and stick with it. And then when you get your pattern recognition, then you can branch off and use other ones to enforce. But to use, like I know the great Jordan at Waters Above, he uses the 4 base. And that's how he does it. So that's how he does it. I have nothing to say on that. But if you're a beginner, the best thing to do, even if I was an advanced decoder at breaking down stock market stuff, and I would still just use one cipher, and it would be Chaldean. I still would do it, and to this day, that's why people say, "Oh, you use Chaldean," and I'm primarily known as that. But no, I love using Hebrew in the original language. I love using Greek. I've learned the languages by using these ciphers. I now love using the Latin, the classical Latin, to break down the Latin Vulgate, the official Bible of the Vatican, 73 books, plus the additional books. It's written in Latin. So to use the Latin, the classical Latin, to decode the Latin Vulgate is the best cipher to use. Doesn't mean you can't use the Chaldean or the Septenary or Pythagorean. Latin Vulgate was written by Latin, so you'd want to use the Latin cipher. And just use that one to break it down, to get your base. And then you can start to see how you can convert into other ones. Your mom's asking, can we all hang out during that week? Yeah, I mean, I only have stage time for an hour on Monday, on the 17th. After that, the whole week, I'm just going to be bouncing around. I'm literally, like, the producer asked me today, what is the main reason why you're going? You know what my answer was? I just want to schmooze. I mean, yeah, I want to go and present the information, but really, I just want to be around people. This is what I've been doing for the past, 5 years? The digital world, sitting in front and looking at a camera with lights on me. I want to rub elbows and give hugs and shake hands and You know, I want to do that. So that's the main reason why I'm going. So after I do my thing, then it's just, I'm going to be bouncing around and listening to this. And, you know, like there's going to be some amazing speakers there with some amazing topics. I definitely going to be going. If there's any sovereignty, any outlaw stuff like that with sovereignty, I'm going to be listening to that shit. That stuff really interests me. To break free, to be, because I'm an outlaw already. Make it official. Like, where's the box I can check off to say, no, I don't want to be under your organization. That's what I've kicked that around enough, and now maybe this will come true. Maybe it'll come forward. I think they're streaming it too. I'm almost certain that they're going to be streaming. So if you can't be there in person, I think you can watch. I'm not sure though. I know they're recording it. I know that. Oh, thanks, Bobby. My pronunciation's getting better. I struggle with some of them, but I can it's interesting when you just code breaking. I now have a good grasp. You get good grasp of the alphabet from Aleph to Bet to Gimel, you know, like to Daleth. You know the letters, and now when you look at the language, you could start to read the words. And I didn't learn the language by way of learning the language. I just did it by code breaking the code in the Greek, and so it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Jaber67 says Logan equals you are a victim of your programming. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not a victim of anything. If you say so, but I don't adopt that. But maybe that's not what you meant. I don't know. Now, you know, there's something about the Greeks, man. I have this. I just love the Greek language. I love the whole mythologies, the Greek gods. It's amazing stuff. Spiderbite's asking, is sidereal anything like Chaldean? They're not even the same. Sidereal is astrology. Chaldean is numerology. So it's a little different. Unless you're talking about Babylonian astrology. Well, then, yeah, Chaldean is tied to Babylonian, and that's going to be the the Babylonian astrology system. The event is in Acapulco, Mexico. So, let me show you. So this is the event, right? Whoops. This is the event right here. And again, you can, you know, it's like the 17th to the 21st. And then they have this other event. It's called Agorafoco, which is where if you're a content creator and you go to the event, you can set up shop and you can have people come meet you at specific places. Like if you're staying in an Airbnb and you want to teach people your system, you can invite them to your Airbnb and then you can just, you know, meet amongst yourselves. So they extend it for a week here. I don't know if I'm going to do this, but I'll be there for the whole week. I'm going to be there at least till the 22nd. I get in on the 15th, I think. I fly in on the 15th, and I'll be there obviously for the opening party, and then for all the stuff on the main event. So, but if you're interested in going, this is Acapulco, and Acapulco is, scan out here. This is where it is right here in Mexico. So I'm over here. So this is where Acapulco is right here, and they got really hit with a lot of flooding and hurricanes and all that stuff. So I don't know. I'm sure they're still rebuilding this area, but it's going to be a nice area for sure. I don't know if you've ever been, but but that's the event. Christopher Hauser, in truth, says Christopher Hauser on YouTube does a lot of videos on sovereignty. Yeah, I'm looking for somebody that has done the methodology, that is tried and true, if there is such a thing, to put you in that state where it's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. And I'm not per se trying to learn it. I just want to do it. That's all. James Adams says, please be careful. Mexico got a lot of weird shit going on. I've never seen any of it. I've been to Tulum many times, Playa del Carmen, Cancun. I've seen none of that. I don't see anything. People that say, how's the crime? I haven't seen any. I haven't. Not that it doesn't happen, but this place is safe. People think it's not safe. It's safe. Especially if you go to a resort. You're super, super safe. Matrix Mysteries, nice to have you. You were in red too. Yeah, I don't know. I just put this on because it was it's a little chilly here in Mexico. It's like 70 degrees, 69, which is like cold for Mexico. So I'm so used to the 80-degree weather that 70 is kind of cold for me. And I just was like, the red matches were kind of the theme tonight with the Winter Wonderland stuff, so. Alonzo, you're going to Guadalajara? That's cool. Yeah, if you can come out, folks, come on out. Like, this is going to be the one of many. I got invited to do an event in September of this year. It's saying it now. September. It's a long ways off, but there's an event that I got invited to. Jordan's going to be doing it remotely, and it is going to be in the great country of Croatia at this place called the Pine Resort or something. So I got invited to that, and I want to go to it, but it's a long journey, and I may be going to Australia, so I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So we'll see. If I come to Australia, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 3 months. I'm going to maximize the Australia trip, starting off in Melbourne, and I don't know. I would imagine Sydney, maybe Perth. I don't know where I'd be going to, but I have friends there, so that's like definitely on the table. HWMO Liberty, are there a lot of Americans living in Mexico now? Yeah, quite a few. Canadians, yeah. It's pretty busy. This is the busiest year. Like, I've been here now 4 seasons, and this is like the busiest. This is the high season for this part of Mexico where people come for vacation, and it's the busiest. This town's the busiest, which I like it when it's dead. 'Cause the beaches are empty and you got it to yourself. There's no lines at the grocery store. That's what I like. But that's during the summertime when it's hotter. People are not coming here really as much. Oh, Max Egan's going to be at Acapulco? Okay, I know Max. I got to chat with him for a little bit at Jason Bashir's event in San Diego last year. James Adams, have you tried numerology and base 12 mathematics? I haven't. No. There's so many layers to this, right? Skip Perth. Jaber says skip Perth, go to Darwin in the outback. Yeah, I don't know. It's calling my name. I don't know where I would end up. Like I said, I have really good friends of mine there. So one of my really close friends is the one that's been trying to get me to go there. So, and he's like, we're going to be staying in Melbourne. I just don't know where. And just, you know, I would love to do a seminar there. That would be like amazing to get a seminar put together. But I'm not an event planner. So to do that, I don't know what it's going to take to do it. But I would like to do that if I go there. Cosmic Fern Tree said it's pretty hot here in Melbourne at the moment. Yeah, it's your summertime, but you know what? I love the heat. I love it. I lived in Vegas for a couple of years. 110 degrees, no problem. 100 degrees, no problem. I love the heat. I love it. Nicholas Hernandez, what do I think of Alan Watts? Love Alan Watts. He's got the same birth card as I do. 8 of spades, king clubs. Born on March 6th. Huge fan of Alan Watts. And he even says, we're all incarnations of God. Everything, all of us. I second that, Alan Watts, the great British teacher. The guy had a voice that, his voice was just so amazing. He was just it was just amazing, his voice. Nirvana 33, possibly you were a Pythagorean in past life. Maybe. I don't know. Luna says, Logan, we say Melbourne. Melbourne. Yeah, I know. Melbourne. That's funny. There's something about Australia. I don't know what it is. And on top of that, my analytics for this YouTube channel, you people in New Zealand, Australia, you're like in the top 3. Out of everybody that watches, it's Australia, man. And one of my really, really close friends is from there. And I have his friend I'm really close friends with. And I got people over there I've done readings for, and they're all like, yeah, come on down. And it's like a big family. And it's just, I don't know, it's just something about the Australia is very beautiful, and it's very similar to the U.S., the culture and all that stuff. So I'm just really considering going there. So Monique's in Sydney. Yeah, I mean, I got friends in the Gold Coast. I just did a reading for somebody over the Gold Coast. So. Melbourne, mate. Melbourne. That's funny. Yeah. You Australians, man. I just love the Australian people. I mean, I love all people, man. But for some reason, I'm being kind of pulled in that direction. And these readings from Australia are coming out. It's just some pretty badass people in Australia, man. Really badass people. But I can only go for 90 days. And I would squeeze every drop out of it. It goes by quick, right? So 90 days would be the max amount of time I can spend over there. Yeah, Luna Longshadow says, come to New Zealand. I mean, that's like the pristine part of the world, like the supposedly so beautiful over there. I almost moved there a long time ago. I had a boss I worked for, and he moved his business there, and he wanted me to go. I had an opportunity to do it, but I was really young. Jennifer Jean says, I'm a 2 of diamonds and 8 of spades. Well, the 8 of spades is your partner card, but the 2 of diamonds is paired with the 6 of clubs. So your 6 of clubs is your spirit card. Your 2 of diamonds is your ego card. The 8 of spades is going to be a partner card of yours. They call it a karma card. I like to call it a partner card. So essentially, the 8 of spades is somebody you may meet in your life that will give you something, or you'll give them something. The cards. Bobby says, you'll love it, Logan. You'll maybe never come back. Nirvana 33 says, Tommy says there is a lot of first player characters in Australia. I would imagine you're talking about my main man, Tommy Truthful. So this is where, him and I have a disagreement. He doesn't think everybody's a non-player character. What I would say is that, okay, where's your support for showing that somebody is a first player character? Where would be the support for that? Because again, if we're all being used, if you're coded and scripted, that would mean that you're not in control of your reality, and that means you're a non-player. Like if you just look at a board game like Dungeons and Dragons, what is the non-player character? You're on the board, right? You're on the board. The board is Earth, so you're a non-player character. And then you have the representative running you, or the game master running you, right? These are concepts that we can go all over the place for. But in order to provide support for saying that you're not a non-player character, you'd have to come up with something. And what would that be? And again, I'm not saying that he's wrong. I mean, I don't say anybody's wrong. All that matters is what you end up adopting as your truth. I have a lot of respect for Tommy, so if he thinks that people are first player characters, cool. Not going to hear any arguments from me. Nicholas asks, do you think it's wise to shed as much ego as you can? Well, let's talk about the ego. Let's talk about it. Let me show you what it looks like in the tarot, so you can see with your own eyes, and show you the support on this. And we'll talk about this. This is a big topic. So first off, let's go to numerology. Start here, and we're going to talk about the ego. So your ego in numerology is a 15, and the root. What is the root? The root number of 15 is 1 plus 5, and what is that? 6. 15's root is 6. And then the ego is opposed by, or works in unison with, the spirit. And the spirit, what is the root of the spirit? What's 1 plus 9? 10. And then you reduce that down, drop the 0, and you're going to get the number 1. So essentially you have the ego and the spirit together, working in unison. The 1 and the 6. Okay? So when we go back to, and we start to look at the tarot to get the picture, here's the ego. This is the 15th card tied to the word ego. Now, this is the straight up ego. It's your little devil. And why would this be tied to your ego? Because it's your desire. When I say, hey, what do you desire? You're going to say, I want. That's the devil. And it's never enough. Right? It's never enough, essentially. Even with being a minimalist like myself. What do you want, Logan? Another decode. Desire. Is that enough? No, I want to do another one. I wake up, I want to do another one. That's this. Never being satisfied. Like, why can't I just do it and say I'm done? If I said to you tomorrow, if I said, this is my last decode, I'm retiring. Well, does that mean I'm just going to end my life? No. I'm going to go do something else. Maybe I'm going to go be a chef. But you see, the desire of saying, I'm going to retire from decoding, and then saying, okay, what are you going to do with your life now? I'm going to go be a chef. I'm still using this. I'm still using the devil of making the decision to retire and then go be a chef, or go be a musician, or go be a DJ, or whatever. That's the ego. You're never going to get rid of this, because this is what operates, part of it, this reality. So when they say, yeah, the devil is the ruler of this world, the ego, that's all it is. And that's why people say, oh, it's the scapegoat. What is this? What's the definition of a scapegoat? Passing the blame on to something else. I didn't do it. It wasn't my fault. That's your ego passing it on to the goat, the scapegoat. But you're never going to get rid of your ego, because that is when you say, I'm done with life, I'm checking out, and I'm getting out of physicality. Yeah, then you're going to get rid of the ego. But even making the decision to not play anymore is still using the ego to make the decision you're not going to play anymore. That's like somebody saying, well, I'm going to stop thinking. And you can't do that. Like, go ahead and try to close your eyes and meditate and say, well, I'm just going to focus on my breathing. Well, that's thinking about focusing on your breathing. So you can't eliminate thinking. You can't eliminate this. Well, this is paired with the spirit. The spirit is 19, and there's the spirit. It's the sun. So in the tarot, folks, there's your ego and spirit right there. It's the devil and the sun card. The sun devil. Why is it so far-fetched to think that the sun is the devil? No, we normally place it as something external. Like a boogeyman running around. And people have been programmed, it's Satanus or Diabolos or Satan. But that's what, and then this is your ego, this roots down, 1 + 5 is 6, and now you move into carbon. This is the 6th card. So that's why they're on that, that's why these two are on there. Because the devil is the hierarchy of the lovers. 15 and 6. And remember, 6 is carbon, which is the 666 element. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. It's the lover's card. Well, then you get the spirit now. It's my spirit that tells me to do that. Well, remember, 1 + 9, the 19th card, is 10, and 1 and 0 is 1. And now you get the magician. See, the magician's calling for the sun. That's what it's doing right here. It's calling for the sun. That's why there's all yellow in the background. So now these two, essentially he's calling for that sun. Spirit, like spirit in the sky, I need you. Now you'll notice something very interesting on these cards is that these two are identical with their hand movements. So the magician is the spirit, the devil is your ego. They both have their right hands up and their left hands down. The right hand is as above, shalom, good, and the left hand is sin, which is the left hand path. See the fire? It's in the right hand of the devil, but when you flip it, when you're sitting in the devil's position, it's your left hand. So the right hand is calling from the as above to bring it to the so below, the spirit to bring it down into matter. And that's the ego and the spirit through the tarot, which gives you the total of 34. 34 is tied to the word tree in numerology, which is the word tree of life. Your mom says you can eliminate thinking. That is incorrect. You cannot eliminate thinking. Not possible. You're going to sit there and meditate. What are you going to do? You're going to focus on what? I'm going to focus on the black circle in front of me. That's thinking about focusing on the black circle. You can't just sit and not think about nothing. You're thinking about nothing. It's not possible to not think. You can't shut your mind off. You can't do it. We're not designed to do that. We are thinking human beings. We have thoughts that are coming in. I'm not going to convince you of that. But again, if you're focusing on your breath, you're thinking. If you're trying to not think, you're thinking to try not to not think. It's inevitable. You can't stop it till you die. Yeah, Tracy Smith says, thinking about not thinking is thinking. I'm going to use my intuition. That's thinking about using your intuition. That's thinking. You can't stop thinking, ever. James Adams asks, have you tried using AI to help you decode? I use it for information and for number patterns and making my life easier with moving numbers into words. I do use it for that. But I haven't really used it from perhaps what you're asking me. Fist is asking, I'm curious to what you think 62 in Chaldean could represent. I'm glad you asked. Let's take you on this tour, shall we? So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to theology. I'm going to go to Isaiah chapter 7 verses 14 in Hebrew because it's Old Testament. Okay, so here it is right here. And now I want to point out to you that these numbers, according to the big Freemason, Manly P. Hall, he says that Lucifer's numbers are 7, 4, and 1 in Manly P. Hall's Magnus Opus, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. 741. That's Lucifer's numbers. Now you go back to Isaiah 7 verses 14. Isaiah is the 23rd book, tied to the pineal gland, tied to the demiurge. And what does the scripture say? It's talking about Jesus. See, it says, the Lord will give you a sign, and the virgin will become pregnant and bear a son. And they shall call his name Emmanuel. So this is the precursor to Jesus. And it's tied to Lucifer. Now, let's go deeper. Here is, let me get the word Emmanuel in let's go to the parallel Hebrew and get the word Emmanuel. Here it is right here. Okay? This is the word Emmanuel. Right here and there. Okay? L. Remember, L. When it ends with L, that's an old patron, God's name, L. Okay? L. So now we just go to the calculator. We open up Hebrew. We have it there in orange, and we put Emmanuel in there, and there's the 62. Now remember, this is tied to Lucifer now, so you have Jesus and Lucifer here now. Now, I did a decode on row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. Okay? Now, what's the connection? The cards will connect it. Life is but a dream is 50. Emmanuel, who the virgin's going to give birth to, is 62. So I just go to the cards and I connect. So we start with the cards of illumination. What's the 50th card in the cards? The Jack of Spades. The Jesus of Spades. And this is card 50. Life is but a dream. And then I convert it into the tarot. And of course, you know what the 62nd card is, right? There's Emmanuel. The Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is the Jack of Spades. So this right here is the card for 2027. This is the card of 2025. Endings and completions. This is the card of 2026. And this Page of Swords is the writer. To write out a new game. This is the card of Prometheus. And then this is the card of the revolution. And change. And this is the dreamer. Life is but a dream. See, so what is this saying here? Is that the dream is Emmanuel. And Emmanuel is the Jesus character, which is also the Lucifer character. See, we're inside of a dream. Right? The cosmos having a dream. So we could definitely go down this far with our bidding. Okay. Guy Clone says, when you sleep, you dream. Yeah, are you in control of your reality when you go to sleep? Like when you when you go off to sleep and you close your eyes and you're sleeping, are you aware of what's going on around you? The answer would be no. You've now removed yourself from your awake state and you moved into the sleep state. Now you've moved your consciousness. This is like OBE and NDE. It's the same thing as dreams. Because if you're going to do OBE, you can't tell me you're having an OBE and an OBE. You have to tell me through a podcast, I had this OBE. Well, you know what I'm going to tell you? I had this dream. What's the difference? There isn't. How can there be any difference? People have dreams all the time, proclamations, visions. So again, I'm not belittling or downsizing or saying that they're this or that. I could care less. But a dream is OBE, man. Same thing. People, it's called a lucid dream. People practice this. Lucid. Lucifer, lucid dreaming. So could it be a subconscious thought? Maybe, but it's just a different, it's like you moved into a different consciousness. And what's the point? Why do we have to go to sleep? Well, you can't stay, if you stay up for a long period of time, you start to get delirious. You're forced to go to sleep. So then you go off into this other world where you're not in control. And you have these visions, sometimes prophetic for a lot of people. Nicholas says, I like sleeping more than being awake. I like both. I mean, I've always been a great sleeper. I just enjoy, like when you're tired, and it's going to feel good. You get into bed, you take a shower, you're clean. Like that's my ritual. I take a shower before I go to bed. You get in there clean. And I take my either melatonin or my magnesium. And I just look forward to going to sleep. But then I look forward to waking up. I'm like, what can I get my hands into today? What can I decode right now? Who am I going to be able to, bring up in a reading? Who am I going to elevate today? It's just like, it's exciting, man, both states, sleeping and waking. Chaley asks, how is it possible for a demon to be in human form? Well, you could speculate. There's a million different answers for that. Where would I even start with that? Possession? How does the spirit get inside of you? Possession? See, trying to think of what that scripture is from theology. Can't remember off the top of my head. Miriam says you hang out with Morpheus when you sleep. There you go. Well, Morpheus is the god of dreams, right? So. Charlie says, I asked if I was in love with a demon and I got a very strong yes. How did you get your strong yes? All right, so I'll give you a technique that you can do. I gave this to a client of mine that I did a reading for over in Australia too. So big shout out to all you Australians. This is something you can play around with. So I'm not going to get into too specifics because this is like, private kind of stuff. But anyway, what you could, if you are, when you go to sleep, if you're somebody who could tap into different realities, or if you end up getting visited by a certain something or whatever, if that happens for you, maybe you've had where you get paralysis where they stand on you, or I don't know. Like, that's never happened to me. But what I could tell you that you could try out is an exercise of using the cards, because they're embedded into our reality. So, and if you just want to try this for fun, to see what would happen to it, because every night before I go to bed, I usually pull a couple of cards asking a certain question or just being grateful, and I just put them by my night table, my nightstand. And there was a while when I was recording it all. I'd write it down and see what would happen, have anything happen. But anyway, whatever your spirit card is. Now, if you don't know what your spirit card is, I'm just going to show you this really quick. So this is going to be important to show you. Is that this right here is the boilerplate chart for the cards. If you don't have this, you can get it free on my website, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute. But you need this. Or you can press pause, and you can take a look at this on your own time. And it's really easy. So over here to the right is your master life configuration. This is your ego card. And over here is your spirit card. I call it the handler card. This one is when you start to refine your ego, you move into your spirit, you'll be looking more at this one. I don't even play around. Like, I'm the 8 of spades. I don't really mess around with. I mess around with the king of clubs because I resonate more with it now. It's my spirit card. It's the one that's running my ace of spades, my 8 of spades. So whatever your spirit card is. So how do you find that? Well, again, here's my birth card. And it sits in the Jupiter-Saturn line. So these planets have an effect on me more than anything else in the context of the cards, because I'm being ruled over by Jupiter and Saturn, father and son. But then all I have to do is come over here and locate the same card in that same spot, or the same spot, and now it's the king of clubs. So this is my spirit card, right? So if you're the 5 of clubs, if you're the 4 of clubs over here, you're the 5 of clubs over here. That's your spirit card. And if some of you, if you're the jack of hearts, it's just the jack of hearts. If you're the king of spades, it's just the king of spades. And if you're the 8 of clubs, it's just the 8 of clubs. That's the only card you have. So what you want to do is you want to find your spirit card. Okay? You want to find, so mine's the king of clubs. Okay, now the next step is you take the card out of your deck. Well, let's say your spirit card is the 7 of spades. And you put it by your bedside. And you can leave little sticky notes on here. Like, show me something. Or bring a dream about love in my life. Whatever, have fun with it. Be creative about it. I don't know if you're going to get something out of this, but I can tell you that the person I told to do this, it was huge. It was absolutely magnificent for this person. Where I instructed this person to do a certain thing, and they did it. And they gave me feedback on it. It was monumental. So I'm telling you, there's a thing. Because I mean, I've done it, and I noticed it, and I've told other, and then this person, so it's a thing. So you take your spirit card, you can take your birth card as well, but you take your spirit card, and you can write sticky notes on it like, it's all about love, only bring love energy, whatever. Be creative about it. You're a creator. Be creative about it. And then put that by your bedside. You don't even need to put a note on there, but put it by your bedside. And if you want to move it into the tarot, if you want to put your tarot, like if your tarot card is, let's just randomly pull one out of the deck. Let's say, oh, wow, look at that. I pulled the Jack. So let's say your spirit card is the Jack of Spades. So it's the Knight of Swords. You can put this one by your bedside. You can leave a little note there. Put a little sticky note onto that card before you go to bed. You have the intention on the note. Make it creative. Make it fun. And see if something happens. Maybe you'll have some prophetic dream. I mean, if this is your birth card, if you are a Jack of Spades, 10 of Clubs, I mean, this is the dreamer here right here. Wow. So it's this thing. I just wanted to share that with all of you. It's like something to do. It's a thing to have fun with. Like, I've been doing this for years. Playing around with it. Seeing what happens. So there's no rules. There's no set of instructions to go with it. You just go and have fun. See what happens. And then see if anything happens to you while you're sleeping. Or if you bring something to you when you wake up. Okay, so I'll show you guys and gals one more time how to get the spirit card. Because I see comments here. I don't know how you're not paying attention. Right here is your master life card. Wherever your birth card is, it's here. Okay, let's say you're the 10 of Clubs. Right there. All you have to do is come over to this side right here and look for that same spot. There's the Jack of Spades. Let's do another example. Let's say you're the King of Diamonds. Well, then you just come right over here to the same spot, and that's your spirit card. It's that simple. It's that simple. And I'm telling you, this is where it's at. When you refine yourself, you'll really not pay attention to this anymore. It will be about this. This is your handler. Meaning, like when you walk your dog, you handle the dog. Well, what's handling this is this. This is the handler of this. Okay? Really easy. It's not difficult. Okay. Okay, so some of you are asking, what's my tarot card? So let me just take you on that trip. Okay. Here are the 4 suits of cards. This is the way I learned, and these don't have to be exactly in this order, but I'm going to explain to you why they are in this order. Why is the Ace of Hearts the first card after the Joker? Because the Hearts represents I feel. These come second, I think. These come third, I want. And these come last, I am. Spirituality, materialism, knowledge, feeling, emotion. Okay, now in the tarot cards, they have it as the wands are first. After the major arcana. The wands are first. That means that these become I think before I feel. And there's truth to that. So it's I think, then the cups, I feel, And then the swords, I am. And then the diamonds, I want. The diamonds they have as I want. Materialism, the lowest form. That's what the tarot has. This is how I learned. It can be moved in all different directions. But that's how you... So now all you have to do, if you're a club suit, you're the wands. The clubs are the wands. These right here. So the Queen of Clubs is the Queen of Wands, which is a very powerful card because this is tied to simulation. The female energy creates the simulation. The kings oversee the simulation. The knights go play in the simulation. This is the royalty right here. If you're a heart, you're a cup. I feel. If you're a sword, you're a spade. The spades are the swords. And then if you're a diamond, you are a pentacle or disc. Okay? This is the movie star. You're on television is 73. This is the movie star, the 9 of discs. Okay? You have the yin yang right here, the 5 of diamonds, the 5 of pentacles. It's yin yang right here. Okay? You have the demiurge right here, tied to the Mazzaroth and the zodiac. The 4. Okay? So now you know. And then if you want to bring in the medicine cards, which I don't really use a lot of anymore, but these are amazing as well. They move from the suits into the animals, insects, and reptiles. You know, so it's very interesting. Like the dog, God is 14. The dog is the 14th card. It's really, really fascinating. The dragonfly tied to this is tied to Catholic. The great dragon got hurled down. And currency. So these have a say in all of it. Okay? This is so profound. 30 pieces of silver. Judas gave up Jesus. The rabbit fertilization. And the rabbit going down the hole to play the game. Judas giving up Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. It's all here. You can see it. The snake. This is what we're moving into in February. Snake being tied to Virgo, being tied to Mercury. These are very prophetic as well. And this system will be something that is going to be a part of my course called Spotlight, because you're going to use these to do your once in a lifetime. It's called your totem pole. It's very sacred, and you only do it once. That's it. And you got to use these cards to do it. And I learned from a real Cherokee shaman up in Ojai, California, back in 2019. His name's Patrick McBride. A very beautiful man. His birth card, 2 of spades. The neutrality lukewarm card, by the way, since some of you have been paying attention. So those are the layers that we can use to decode our reality from. Debbie Kennedy says, I must not be able to be a minimalist if my spirit card is King of Diamonds. Not necessarily. It's not just the card that you need to look at. There are many other factors that will determine what you're going to be in this reality. I've seen plenty of King of Diamonds and they're not wealthy. It doesn't mean just because the King of Diamonds is tied to the King of Discs, which is the King of Desires. That King of Diamonds, by the way, is tied to the pineal gland, because the pineal gland is the regulator of the awake and sleep cycles. So it doesn't mean just because you have a card like King of Diamonds, oh, well, I'm supposed to be wealthy, I can't be a minimalist. No, that doesn't mean that. So you got to look at your astrological chart, you got to look at your cards, you got to look at your numerology, your human design. It's not just a one-stop shop and saying, oh, I got to figure it out. No, as many tools as you can get your hands on, that's what you want to do and you want to look at and figure out. how you're coded, and then make the determination based upon how do you feel in your gut. What's your gut telling you to do? When you figure out what's in your gut and what it's telling you to do, combined with the confirmation of the reading or interpretations you get, that's where the magic comes in. Okay? Misty says, was I born under the wrong sign? Not a chance. Nope. Not a chance. So she says, my birthday is the 4th of July, Jack of Diamonds. Everyone on both sides of my family is very, very wealthy, yet I'm not. Well, do you want to be wealthy? And what does that look like? See, a lot of people have an idea of what they want, but they don't really narrow it down. Now, this is the value of the human design now, right? If you're a manifester or manifesting generator, one of the tools that you have at your disposal is creative visualization. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be a generator and be someone who uses creative visualization. But creative visualization is a tool that you can use to pull down your desires. And to go into you close these off and say, okay, I'm now one with the divine because I have no distractions at this point in my life right now, or I've minimized them because now I'm just dealing with thoughts that are coming into my mind. Whereas when I open my eyes, which are the little devils, now you're being marketed to by light. So you close the light off and now you're one with the divine, and now you can use your visualization skills. And now that you can use an objective called visualization, like, okay, what do you want in your life? I want this. Okay, cool. What does it look like? Close your eyes. What does your desire look like? I want a new car. Okay, you want a new car. What color is it? It's red. Okay, tell me about the car. It's a convertible. It's a sports car. What brand is it? Do you know the brand of it? Yeah, it's a Porsche. Okay, what did 911 turbo convertible red? What year? I want 2020. Okay, cool. Now picture yourself in the car driving down the freeway. What do you see? See, that's visualization. That's why guided visualization is a tool. It's a tool to use. But if you just want to be wealthy and you don't have what does wealthy mean to you? How much money do you want to earn? And then you take that desire and you now look at the chart, astrology, numerology, and you see what is operating through your screenplay to determine how close you can get to what that output is on what you desire. And there's a science behind this, because once you see your screenplay in real time with the code and you have someone interpret it, or you do it yourself, and then you match that with your desires, then you can do other things like vision boards. You know, visualization needs to come back where there should be class, I know there is, but I'd like to teach a class on this where how do you visualize? Right? I learned all this stuff by Bob Proctor. That's why I got all the ideas. Born Rich back in, a long time ago, back in 2000, The Secret, 2007, 2008. That's when I started all this thing. And I found that it's a very profound tool. Now, again, scripted or not, your reality, if you're going to use it, it's already part of your script to use. I found that people that have Jupiter in their 6th house are very well equipped to do remote viewing, because Jupiter's got the great red spot on it. The 6th can be tied to the third eye, 6 in the third eye chakra, the 6th. So there's that you can tap into. But a lot of people don't have a definition of what they want. They have an idea and that's it. And that's too watered down. And then you get distracted by the little devils all the time. And there's not any conscious effort to really have a definitive on what you want. So it's not as easy as just saying, well, my family's wealthy, I'm not wealthy. Well, what is wealthy? Okay, what does that mean? And there's a lot of ways to look at it. Ben says, I'm a king of spades. Awesome, man. Well, you're January 1st. The only birthday that has the king of spades, which sits in the Saturn crown line. So you'd want to look to where your Saturn is. See if that's a thing for you. Saturn usually represents the father. What kind of connection do you have with your dad? Is there a disconnect? Is there a great relationship? That may be determined by the placement of Saturn in your chart, Chronos, in your chart. So if you're looking for a reading, I could definitely accommodate you on that. I'm really booked out until February now, so I got so much going on. But if you're interested in a reading, you can send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. I don't do anything on here. If you hear from anybody on here, like to give you the goods on the skin, like I haven't had scam stuff, but if you don't get an email directly from me, decodeyourreality@gmail, and it's got my logo in there and it looks legit and it ain't me, just letting you know, because that could be a thing, right? Flavi says, we are not being used. We are just God playing all the time. That's being used, my friend. Yeah, you're the divine all the time, but this is an instrument. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Does this pen have a choice? When I say, I'm going to write on a piece of paper, can it tell me no? Of course not. Are you going to say no to creation? Oh. You're good, because there's no fun in that, right? The joy is in creation and finding and discovering. You're a tool by the divine, and it's using you to experience this reality through. That's not in control, my friend. So it's literally what you just said. Anyway, I'm not here to force this upon anybody. Charlie says, what is the 7 of diamonds in the animals? Well, the 7 of diamonds is the 33rd card in the deck, and I think that one is the, not the sea otter. That's number 8. What is the 33rd card? I can't even remember. It's been a minute since I've looked at those cards. Yeah, the weasel. It's the weasel. It's kind of funny, too. The weasel in 33. It's kind of funny. That's pretty funny. Jewel of Aquarius is asking about Omis or Ormus, a pineal. I don't know what that is. At least I don't remember what that is. Can you elaborate on that? I don't know. Debbie Kennedy says, what happens if I had my totem cards read years ago and I forgot what it is? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I mean, would you want to do it again? You know, you could do it again, but again, there's a sacred. That's why we, like, for me, I'm a person that treats it very sacred. So you wouldn't forget. You would have it saved somewhere. You would treat it very sacred. Now, maybe somebody that did your totem didn't tell you it was very sacred. Or the fire may have burned it up or whatever. So there's that there. But, I mean, I'm sure you just could do it again. You know, you could do it again. But again, the value of the totem is to do it one time, to treat it very sacred when you go and do it. And the course I have coming out is going to show you, I have all the visuals on how to do it with the hands and everything, because there's a way to do it with the right hand and left hand and all that stuff. So. What's up, Carmen? Carmen from Australia. See more Australians here. Love it. All these Aussies. Awesome. Yeah. Well, again, it may be something that happens. I end up coming to Australia. I got to really think about it because I got to plan this thing out. And my buddy's like, just go to Thailand, because it's like you go to Bangkok, Thailand. You stay there. It's like a midway point. It kind of eases up on the length of the trip. because he's a world traveler. And then you go to Australia from there. So if that's the way I'm going to do it, because that's what he suggests, that's the way I'm going to do it. But I want to squeeze every drop out. And not just so much a vacation, but I just want to schmooze, meet people, and do seminars, man. And that would be sick to do it over there. Really, really sick. Oh, I appreciate that, Carmen. Thank you. You helped me. I would, because I'm not the guy to do the. One of the reasons why I haven't done one here is because I'm not the event planner. But I just talking to the producer of Acapulco today. So excited because that's what she does, and so we were talking, and so there may be something that's gonna come down with this, man. I'm pretty jazzed about what this happened today. So it's starting to unfold. I'm way behind in the comments. Thanks everybody for being here. Face Diaper says we'll be in horse and buggy again soon. I don't know about that. I don't know. To be honest, I hope not. I wouldn't want to go back to that way of living. I mean, unless of course you had your memory erased, and I wouldn't want to go back to that. And I just don't see that happening through astrology. I don't see that happening. If we're to follow the astrological charts as the way they're built out, the astrological ages and the way they're built out, Pisces was the last frontier of being a human being, right? It's the hangman in the tarot. It represents enlightenment. It's the church. It's religion. And it represents the feet that you stand on the ground on. But then when you move into the age of Aquarius, Aquarius is an air sign that sits in all that water around Cetus the whale and next to Pisces and the fish and all that, but it's an air sign. So now you take the biology of the body and you move it into the thinking, and now perhaps this is where you get the merging of the machine and moving out of the water. Maybe Revelation 21 verses 1 where it says the sea will be no more. It might be the biological body. In the age of Aquarius, you're going to, now this Neuralink, I know, because folks, listen, we're going to have this conversation again, right? What is the next stage of evolution for this thing? You want to start using logic and critical thinking. What is the next stage for this sucker? Because 1973, when I was born, we had rotary phones on the wall with like that 100-foot cord that would get tangled up when you'd walk around the kitchen. And then we got the pagers. And then the scrolling pagers where you'd call the operator and tell her, can you type this in? And you give them the message. And then that would come through on your pager. And then it was Miami Vice with the bag phones in the car. And Crockett and Tubbs driving down talking on their phone. And then it was to those big-ass square phones with the long antennas. And then it was the flip phone, the razors and all that. And now it's the smartphone. What is the next stage of this thing's evolution? If we postulate it into the age of Aquarius, I just can't see going to a horse and buggy. I mean, if we were going from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces, well, that'd be a little different. But I mean, if you look at the historicity of mankind and you correlate it to the ages, the age of Aries, the ram, and then Taurus before that, and Gemini. Gemini represents Upper and Lower Egypt, perhaps. The twins, Upper and Lower Egypt. And then you move into the age of Taurus, worshiping the bull. And then you move into the age of the ram and Aries, and now you get into Moses, and then you finally move into a lot of war. People, a lot of killing and war and fighting with swords and spears. They didn't have guns back then. And you finally move into Pisces where you get domesticated. Domestication in the sense of where you're not living in a house made out of clay or stone. You're now moving into a house made out of lumber. And you're having code to wire it the right way, because now you have electricity and now you got to wire the house. So now you get into the Piscean age, and then you finally now we move into the age of Aquarius. What's next? Smart homes. So you go all the way back to ancient Babylon and ancient Egypt and the way they lived. And you just see the progression of the ages and the domestication into the age of Pisces, to being domesticated, meaning moving into a home with electricity. When the lights came on, Thomas Edison, and the light bulb, and the domestication of mankind, and then electrical wires forming electricity to put into the house, where you now have you don't have to put a candle or any oil in a lamp. The oil in the lamp in the Bible, allegorically, they didn't have electricity back then. So you're moving towards being more domesticated, being more refined, being more domesticated, and the domestication, now you're moving into the age of Aquarius, which is what? Smart homes. So now you're taking the computer or this, and now you can open up an app. Like I have my little camera, right, in my place. I can go to Cancun. I can leave my house, lock my door. I can go to Cancun and say, oh shit, I didn't turn my camera on. I can open the damn app up and turn on my camera to now monitor my place. They weren't doing that back in the age of Aries. We're moving into self-driving cars. They didn't even have cars back then. So we're becoming domesticated in a sense. Well, now you move into the age of Aquarius, where everything is analyzed, everything's monitored by AI to make your life easier, which it is. Like if you think about, you go back to 1980, 1985, and you're driving down the street with your friends and a song comes on the radio. Oh my God, who sings this song? I love this song. You can't pull out a cell phone and say, oh, let me look it up. Let me Shazam it. Wow. You got to wait to call the radio station. You got to wait to go home because you got no cell phone. So it takes longer to identify and give meaning to this reality because you have to wait longer to use these tools. Now everything's instant, and now the 5G, it's so literally the speed that's coming in now, and it has its it's gonna obviously has its degradation. A lot of people freaking out the 5G, the towers and all that stuff. Folks, what are you gonna do about it? Stop complaining about it, man. Like Jordan did a great piece on this. Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above. He did a great piece on this one day. And he was talking about, he's like, I don't give a shit. I don't care about what the 5G stuff. Okay, whatever. What are you going to do? Go protest the 5G? It's already old news. Remember that was a big thing? Oh, 5G towers, and we're going to fry, we're going to do this. Now, who's talking about it now? Not really anybody. It's old news. Why? Because the orgasm already happened. We already popped it. We already dumped a load, man, on the 5G stuff. It's an old topic now. There's no glitz and glamour on it anymore. It's still around, but you know what I'm saying, as a collective. Because people have already been distracted into the next wave of building up to that orgasm. Like the buildup of an orgasm in this matrix is, there's a new iPhone 20 coming out. Oh my God, I can't wait to get the iPhone. Oh my God, you hear about the iPhone 20? Oh my God. Build up. And then when it comes out, orgasm. That's how this reality works. So with that in mind, folks, the age of Aquarius and what you're seeing on the world stage right now, what is the next stage of evolution for this little gadget right here that really you're a slave to? I know a lot of you won't admit that, but how are you going to, a lot of you can't even do business without the internet. You do your banking, your smartphone, you do your house from here. It's all controlled by this little device. This is the age that we live in, man. And when you start to see the handwriting on the wall, and you start to see how these ages end up aligning with what we're in right now, it's really easy to see it. So, I mean, there's that. But then, there's this other postulation of perhaps the dystopian crowd that wants the dystopian world will merge into one timeline. The utopian people will merge into the other. And you could go on to that vein. But going to a horse and buggy, I don't know. I don't know how many people would sign up for that. I wouldn't sign up for it. Personally. And I love animals. I don't even own a car. So I love animals. I love horses. But I wouldn't be a fan of taking a dump in an outhouse with a flashlight. I can tell you that right now. I wouldn't be a fan of having to light a lamp with oil. I like the domestication. And as long as we're keeping our spirituality at a certain level, as long as we're grateful to the divine, knowing how we're being, as long as we have gratitude in our lives, well, then we can keep progressing. I mean, listen, this wave of technology that's coming in, scalar wave technology, the EE systems, all these things that I've shown, the hydrogen machines, being able to, this is all advanced stuff that people 20, 30 years ago would die to have. The med beds are coming in. People would be giving so much to get these. You talk about this stuff 20, 30 years ago. Think about the video. I don't even do it. I don't even like doing it. It's weird, but you can talk to somebody face to face on this. Remember that was so cool? Like, it was so science fiction-y 20 years ago. Oh my God. The video talking face to face, that'd be so cool. I just think it's weird. But that was the thing. It has no luster anymore because it's already here and been there, done that. The orgasm is done. A video like let's FaceTime. That's done. Now you don't even give it any thought. You just FaceTime. There's no luster in it anymore. .404 Freedom says, are there any mosquitoes in Mexico, Quintana Roo? Absolutely. Santos, man, he's a funny dude. He hated mosquitoes, man. He hated them. That was like that was one of his biggest pet peeves was mosquitoes. And the mosquitoes, they come on, if you know, this is how nature rules our reality. When there's a full moon, mosquito activity goes up 500%. That's what science says. I learned that the hard way one night going out on the beach at 2 a.m. when there was a full moon. I got eaten alive. I was out there for 10 minutes. I couldn't handle it. That's why you have lunatics, the moon, the full moon. That's why the stock market and the crypto markets are, as Jordan has shown, the moon and the sun and Mercury. Oh yeah, the as above runs the so below. So the moon controls the mosquito activity. That's God, man. So Shirley says the chip will evolve to a point of completely disconnecting one to spirit and regulating one's emotions. Ladies and gentlemen, what if that's what we're supposed to move towards? What if you don't have a choice but to merge with a machine? And if you don't do it, you can't live life anymore. What if you don't have a choice in the matter? I know somebody say, I'll never do it, I never do it. You say that now. I know you said, but when you don't eat for a week or two, well, it's a different story. And I'm just giving you things to think about because again, I'm a deep thinker. I use a lot of discernment, logic, and I like to talk about this kind of stuff. But the way this reality is moving with technology, and we need to be looking at the positive side, not the negative. Like, oh, the 5G towers, whatever. You're not going to change it. I'm not going to go protest towers. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the med beds and the healing and the hydrogen machine, the breathing and this. That's what I'm going to go focus on. I'm going to focus on elevating people with their code and showing them their charts so you can become the best version of yourself. I'm not interested in the stuff that belittles you or that you think is draining you. Or you need to go start a revolution because you're angry about this. That's not me, man. That doesn't do anything but enforce and feed that archetype. That's why protesting is like a waste of time. Debating is a waste of time because you just feed the energy that you're debating or protesting against. You just feed it and make it bigger. If you know how magic works. Debbie Kennedy says, cut out the electricity, bring it. I laugh at that, and I mean that with respect because you say that now, but People are so used to, and they're so accustomed. And I listen, this is weird in Mexico here. I've never lived in a country where the electricity just goes out. Sometimes for a day, it just go out and there's no rhyme or reason for it. So typically here where I live, it goes out about 3 times a month. Just goes out for no reason. Sometimes it comes on right away, but and you know, the hurricanes come in, you're out. Sometimes it's like days you're without power. You can't flush your toilet. You can't the pumps. You can't take a shower. You get grody. You start complaining. You're like, then you really realize how grateful you are to have these domestications in our lives. Then you get grateful about it instead of complaining about it. Misty says, I don't want computer parts in my body. Well, I hear you. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that's going to happen. That's not what I meant by the inevitability of the age of Aquarius, the possibility of the age of Aquarius merging with machine. Just saying is that, you know, it's going to be a slow process. I mean, it's not going to be like overnight on how this could look if this is a transhumanism kind of thing. In the age of Aquarius, I know thyself, you're merging with and moving into this Minority Report, Perfected Society, Crime Prevention Unit. If you could have crime prevented, you would sign up for it. You would be all for, oh, there's a crime prevention unit? Absolutely. Every one of you would be on board with that. Because now you don't have to lock your doors anymore. Now you don't have to worry about someone stealing your car. Less headaches, less liabilities, but that comes with a price tag. Because now there's monitoring of your life. Like they've already been doing that, folks. If you're on this channel right now, which you are, you're being monitored. Every like, every share, every comment, every video you watch, everything has been monitoring you since you've plugged yourself into this thing called www. All these years you've been on it, if you've been on it at the beginning, AOL dial-up, that dinosaur, from the beginning, I have had, my first email was a Yahoo. I was on it when Yahoo, and I had AOL, but I don't remember what that was, but I've been on it from the beginning. And it's a tool, but ever since you got on, you're able to being tracked. And if you look at it from a negative aspect, like, I don't want anybody tracking me, too bad. You don't have a choice, folks. Now there's facial recognition everywhere. Now when you go to the airports, you don't even need, like, going through customs and all that stuff. It's all facial recognition. Why is that a bad thing? Because people are so, you have these other people saying, well, but I have this and I have this and I have that and it was never like that before. Yeah, I know it wasn't, but what are you going to do about it? And you're talking, I'm an outlaw, man. I'm all about the sovereignty. You know, I don't want to be under the guise of this and that, but like, how are you going to stop facial recognition? How are you going to stop this and that? This is going to help do crime prevention. Absolutely, it's going to be a thing. So there's always going to be something you don't like about something coming in and something you do like about something coming in. But Jordan did a great job talking about this, like with the 5G towers, and he's like, I don't care. Because if I focus on that, I'm sacrificing something I could be focusing on to make a positive impact in this world. So I choose that one to where I'm like, okay, it's going to be a thing, okay. But then you're just going to become accustomed to it. Like right outside my building, across the street, there's one of those big towers, and they try to disguise it to look like a tree. It's kind of funny, right? Like when those first went up, man, this was when the 5G and everybody's like all pissed off and angry, and they're protesting and they're cutting them down. And now I look out and it's like I don't even pay attention to it anymore because the orgasm's over, man. We already busted one on that. Next, what's next? Now the alien invasion's up next. Next up, the aliens now, the alien show. And that's going to lose its luster at a point in time. Guy Clone asks, can you have a positive impact on a non-player character? Of course. Why wouldn't you be able to? But that's the thing, folks, is that, the Minority Report, Tom Cruise, and that was the book by Philip K. Dick, that was preventing crimes. And again, if you were asked, hey, do you support the crime prevention unit? You wouldn't even hesitate. Of course, because now the crime's going to go down. Who the heck doesn't want that? But there's a price to pay there. In order to have that happen, and again, you've already willingly given yourself to the WWW. All of you here, I don't care if you don't have a cell phone. You're being monitored, man, on here. How long you stay on, who you listen to, who you watch, what history of your videos. And it can tell exactly how you operate, what your likes and dislikes. That's how it's able to market to you. That's why we're seeing these ads pop up instantly. That's how fast it is. There's no waiting. So, whether or not we want something to happen, see, like Buddha says, the root of all suffering, I love this, the root of all suffering is expectation. So this is why if you're a nihilist, if you're somebody who's a minimalist, if you're somebody who's let go and you've become neutral, you realize that is also letting go of your expectations. Letting go of, I hate that, I don't like that. You let that shit go. Because you're not only feeding it with your emotions and making it stronger, so you're actually doing yourself a disservice by hating it or disliking it, because you empower it when you say those words. Rather, you become a neutral person where you don't pay attention to it anymore. I don't pay attention to it anymore. It doesn't get my energy anymore. Therefore, it can't siphon anything off of me. So now my energy of I hate it, I don't like it, I dislike it, it's not in my field anymore. Then I can pay attention to what I do want in my life without expectations as well. Expectations is where we start to get frustrated. Something's not happening. It's not, this has been a really rough week. Why can't it just be it's been a really rough week? Why does there have to be any meaning to that week? It's like, Werner Erhard, the great Werner Erhard, he says, when you get sad, why can't you just be sad? Why do you have to attach meaning to it? I'm sad because. How about you're just sad? But that's how human beings are. We have to attach meaning to everything that we do. Why are you sad? And then we get programmed by people say, well, why are you sad? I'm sad because, and you're used to giving excuses or definitions on why you're sad or mad or angry or anything like that. When you get really good at this reality, you'll start to not define it by giving your energy to it. You'll be like, you'll catch yourself. So I would absolutely recommend all of you here to start to declutter your life by looking at the things that you hate and the things you don't like and stop giving that energy. And you'll start to notice it's probably a lot of things. Because there's the majority of things on the world stage are out of your control. I don't care if you take your little stick and your little protest sign and go in front of whatever and you scream and yell. You're actually feeding whatever you're protesting against. Pamela, what's going on, man? Pamela, what version do we got tonight? Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The great Pamela Swan here, the moderator. Pamela says it's okay to honor our feelings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let them run through you. But what you're going to find out is your feelings use you. They use you. Like an archetype, it uses you. When you're angry, anger is using you, not you're using anger. No, it's the other way around. Like Werner Erhard says, he says, yeah, you're a human being, but how about the being is using you? Because like he says, human being was here before you ever showed up. Before you ever incarnated, human being was already here. So how about human being is using you? And so when you get mad and you get angry, that emotion is using you. So when you get good and you catch yourself and you stop the being used part about it is where, hey, I'm not going to go down that door number 2. I'm going to go down door number 1 where it's more pleasant because I do not want to give in. That's the control of the emotions. This is the free will that I talk about. Nicholas Hernandez asks, Logan, how do we find a partner to spend our life with? It's tough out here for Generation Z. Well, and I'm not going to say you're making a mistake, but the statement you said, I've heard this a lot. Like, it's, wow, like, I used to, when I lived in Los Angeles, right? I love Los Angeles. Amazing people in Los Angeles. I hear it so much. People say, oh, it's so hard to date in Los Angeles. People are so shallow. People are, like, where are you hanging out, man? Oh, it's so hard these days to... Well, here's the thing. It's like saying, it's like saying at an AA meeting, which, you know, like, I know that organization, and I'm not belittling that organization, but the one thing I would never do is admit that I'm an alcoholic. I used to be an alcoholic. I would stand up, hi, my name's Logan, and I used to be an alcoholic, but now I'm not anymore because I don't drink anymore. Yay! Yeah, see, that spell's much more powerful than standing up and saying, I'm an alcoholic. Wah, wah, wah. No, now you're a slave to that, I'm an alcoholic. So the same context here is when you say, it's tough. Why say that? And I get it because you're just kind of maybe regurgitating it from something you heard, or something you're feeling, that it's tough. How about it's easy? Or how about when the right person comes along that's supposed to come for me in my life, it's going to happen. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I've been single since 2018. I'm not mad about it. I'm not angry about it. I'm not emotional about it. It just is. I'm not going to go tell somebody, yeah, it's really tough, it's challenging. I'm not going to do that. Because if something changes the course of my life where I get into a relationship with somebody, it was supposed to happen. And I'll know it when it happens because it's going to happen. But if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. Cool. I'm cool either way. But I don't expect you to follow any of these suggestions I'm giving you because, again, I'll say it clearly, my opinion is meaningless. Even though this is what your question and I give answers, at the end of the day, I don't live in your shoes. I don't pay your bills. I don't follow your ways of life. But I definitely am somebody, I'm not a fan of saying that it's tough, it's challenging, it's really hard, I'm this, I'm that. We do that enough. But if you want to get into a relationship with somebody, just let it go, man. Let it go and it'll happen. Why will it happen? Or why will it not happen? Because it's your script. Next year, 2 years from now, who was I talking to? It was Nicholas. You may end up meeting this shaman. And you go on this, and you get on this wave of enlightenment with this shaman. You have this profound experience with this shaman. 2 years from now. You're single for 2 years. You meet this shaman out of nowhere at some event you go to that you randomly never decided. You just go to it and you meet the shaman and he profoundly changes your life. And you have this shift in your consciousness. And now you decide, I'm going to go be a monk. Or I'm going to go be a shaman. You never saw that coming. And you just felt it like it was, like this feels right. You'll get the gut instinct. And that changes the course of your life forever. And again, did you choose that? No. So same thing with a partner. Boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. If you're single for 10 years, 1 year, 2 years, whatever. But what I feel is the best thing that anyone could do is to work on yourself when you're by yourself. When you're single, take advantage of it. Because as we know, when you get into a relationship, there comes sacrifice with that. Relationships are the hardest things on planet Earth to do. The hardest. Because you now have to take someone else's feelings and thinking into consideration and marry it with yours. And their likes and don't likes and all that, and to marry it with yours. And they have to take their ego and marry it into yours. And that is the most challenging thing in the world to be. So while you're single, be grateful that you're single. You may never get this opportunity ever again in your life. And when you get the relationship and you're going through a challenging time and you're like pulling your hair out and you're like, oh my God, I wish I was single. This is the ridiculousness of life, because when we want something, we don't have it. Expectation. And that's the root of suffering, as Buddha said. Cindy says, I kind of like drinking, smoking, and cussing. Okay. So see, this is a perfect example right here what Cindy says. So you like it. Not you kind of, you probably do. You like drinking, smoking. Okay, cool. So now if you find a dude, right? Like, I don't know if you're in a relationship, and I'm going to use you as an example. I hope you don't mind. Well, you can't, you don't have no choice. But anyway, if you're single, right? And you're like, I want to start dating, and you kind of like drinking, smoking, and cussing, and you meet a dude, right? And this guy's like, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't cuss, and he meets you, but then you have this chemistry and this connection, and you're around him, and maybe you're not drinking, smoking, and cussing. Maybe you're like, how many people do this? Where we act one way in front of total strangers, but then when we get to know them, then we start to, now the drinking, smoking, and cussing comes out. So I'm using that as an example because maybe the dude may want to control that and say, you know what, Cindy, I don't like the way you cuss. Why you gotta cuss so much? And they may subtly say it. Come on, babe, why you gotta cuss? Oh, come on, man, why you gotta have a drink? Just have water, have sparkling water. Control, conditions. So I'm saying this because when you get into relationships with people, this is what happens. They just, it's like an impossibility to accept you for who you are. They try to condition you because they don't like something, because it doesn't mesh with their jive and what they got going on in their life. So they're trying to condition you. And they do it very craftily and subtly. They don't even know they're doing it. And it's toleration, right? They may tolerate it because the chemistry is so strong, the sex is good. Oh my God, the orgasm's good. And so they tolerate your smoking, drinking, cussing, right? As the example. They tolerate it. And then when the shiny new toy wears off, and it always does, now you get the conditions. No conditions at first, but now, well, you know what? I've been with you a year. The sex is not as good anymore. It doesn't feel the same. Well, I don't like the way you drink. You drink now the conditions come. This is life, man. Now the conditions start to come in. Not before. In the beginning, when everything was hunky-dory during the shiny new toy phase, the new car phase, it was awesome. You can drink and smoke and cuss as much as you want. And this is how the funny thing is about relationships. If people started to say in the beginning, hey, smoke, drink, and cuss all you want, but 2 years from now, that shit's going to stop. Would you get into a relationship with them? No. Because you don't have feelings for them at that point. So why doesn't everybody just dump up all their conditions up front at the very beginning when you start dating? Because what's in the way? Oh, I just want to do this. So you don't even think about conditions. But after a while, when you get used to that person, now the conditions come in. And now I don't like the way you do that. Oh, come on, why you got to do that? Why don't you think about doing it this way? Now the conditions come in. So I just think it's kind of funny that we how authentic is that? It's very inauthentic. Because you'll let somebody smoke, drink, and cuss in the beginning and tolerate it because the chemistry is amazing, the sex is amazing, and it's a new shiny toy for you. But over a period of time, when that shiny new toy wears off, now the conditions come in. And now, are you being authentic? In a way you are, right? It's a contradiction, but not really. Should have gave your conditions up at the very beginning. But people don't do that because they people please. We people please. You know, I kind of joked about this the other day with the friends. Like, I'm going to this Acapulco event next month. And I'll bet the people that show up at that event The majority of them have brand new clothes, brand new sneakers. They all got their hair done. They all painted their nails. They got new makeup, whatever, because they wanted to look their very best when they show up at that event. Like you see people coming down here on vacation and their hair's cut. I see them cut. They come into town and the dudes, you can tell they just got a cut. So they typically come in on Wednesday, Thursdays. You see the groups, families come in and everybody, the women have their toenails polished up and they look perfect. You know, their nails are all done. I know they're just getting into town. Why are you doing all that preparation? You're coming to the beach. Got to look your best, man. You got to look your best. And that's what's going to that's what's going to happen when I go to in Acapulco. People are going to show up they're going to show up their best, man. Because why? Because life is about freaking looking good, man. Final answer. And there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm telling you, that's the ridiculousness of the programming of what it means to be a human being. And if you don't care about your looks and all that stuff, you're going to be caring about your credibility or your intellect. You don't want to be wrong. You have to be right in everything. Your image will be through your reputation, through your persona and your personality. Don't care about how I look, but it'll be through that. So it doesn't matter if it's physical, mental, it will be about I look good a certain way. And that's how ridiculous and how inauthentic we are as human beings. Trying to be authentic, saying we're authentic, but nah. No. Eli Buchanan says, your hair is always cut before a show. Actually, I need a haircut, but no, this is 2 weeks. I cut my own hair, so I can do it whenever I want, but I let it go. I'm not as anal as I used to be about it. I used to be super insecure when I was really younger. And I think it was like the programming of the JW, like the programming of being a Jehovah's Witness, when you're shunned and you're not celebrating the birthdays and holidays and people look at you differently and they make fun of you and stuff like that. You just want to be liked. So that was like a thing that went along with the insecurities, and then, so it was like a big thing for me. So there's a lot of cutting ties for me over the years. So it's very, very interesting. Ultraviolet Femme says it takes a real special kind of heart to be in a committed relationship. I totally agree. Relationships are the hardest thing to do in life, bar none. With a human being, that is, not an animal. Those are easy, for the most part, because animals don't talk. Like I say, the most beautiful instrument that we have as human beings is our voice. But a lot of people are very horrible players of it. Meaning the way they talk and all that stuff just can really get you. Like, you know, those people, they just like, oh my God. And even me, like some people I know, they get annoyed by the way I talk, the way I sound, the way I grumble. Just my voice turns them off. Jewel of Aquarius says, I quit smoking weed from my first husband, never again. See, that's the power, man. So you wouldn't know what that feeling is or experience is unless you gave it up. And I commend you on that. That's amazing. So it's like, in the very beginning, I'm going to lay it all on the line for you. Here's what I got. Here's all my baggage. Here's all my skeletons. You want to date me now? Like, this is why I've been very vocal. I've been to prison, been married 3 times. I don't give a shit if you don't like that. I'm not telling you that to try to get you to like me. I'm telling you because I get in the habit of being very authentic and laying it all out there. And it's very empowering. It's very, very empowering. And that's the thing about relationships, folks. Those of you that are in relationships, for a lot of you here, your partner doesn't know everything about you. There's little secrets that you don't tell your partner. Now, the thing is would you consider that being authentic? or inauthentic. And the question is, why are you hiding these things from your partner? Well, I can tell you right now, I already know. For some of you, it's because you feel like your partner will break up with you, or they'll disown you, or they'll divorce you, or they won't like you the way, or you'll think that they're not going to like you anymore. That's just human behavior. It's just the way the world works. Is if you want to get into a love relationship, you want them to like you. You want them to be attracted to you. Why do you, when you go on a date, how many outfits you ladies changing before you go on your date for the first time? You have this date with this hunk, this dude that's smoking hot, and you're telling your girls, oh my God, I got this date. This dude is like, woo, the knight in shining armor. You're taking 4 hours to get ready. You're going to the salon, getting your hair done, painting your nails, taking a shower and cleaning yourself 5 times over. Why? Why are you doing these crazy things that you normally wouldn't do? Then you fast forward, and you meet the guy, you go on a date, everything's amazing, and then 2 years down the line, you're in a relationship, you're living together, and you're going out on a date, and you put your hair up in a bun, you don't wear any makeup, don't give a shit. What changed? The shiny new toy is gone. You don't care about it as much anymore. That's life, man. I just think it's funny. Pamela says, I don't remember. It's been forever. Yeah. Misty says, I don't find it hard to be in a relationship. See, it's going to be different for everybody. I mean, that's awesome if you don't find it hard. Well, Lane says, relationships are a form of art. That's pretty profound. I definitely agree with that. Laser says, wait, you never celebrated your birthday? I could probably count it on one hand. And it's not like I did it. Like I never planned a birthday party. Yeah, come to my birthday party. Majority of my life is just another day. Just like it's going to be this year. My birthday's in 1 month from today. Just another day. Not that I honor it, right? Like I still look at my birthday and I'm like, okay, wow, I've been here, and I calculate the days and all that stuff. But it was just a thing. Growing up, I just didn't. And the holidays, so it just became, that was my programming. And so it's not a big deal. I don't get, like, it's not like my parents, oh yeah, happy birthday. I don't get my parents. So it's just another day. I don't know. It's just what I'm used to. Thanks everybody for being here. Christine, what's going on? Christine asks, is a relationship like having a dog? Yep. Do I have to feed him and walk him daily? Well, I don't know about walking your husband or your partner, but I mean, why is it typically that the woman feeds the man? Programming. Flip the switch on that. And there are dudes that, like, whenever I got into I'm a really good cook. And I always, whenever I got into, I'm always chefing stuff up. I was always chefing up for my partner. I loved it. I love cooking. Misty says, my deaf-mute son's birthday is February 15th. That's my father's birthday. That's the birthday of the founder of The Simpsons, the creator of The Simpsons. February 15th. What's his name? Matthew Groening. February 15th. 46th day of the year. Laser says, geez, religion suck. Kids needs birthday. They get to see family and friends. I hear you on that, but why would it have to be on your birthday? Why can't you just have it on any day you choose? Well, I get it. It's like it's like, oh, it's the birthday, so it's like I'm not saying this in a bad way. It's not an excuse. It's a monumental layer in your life. But again, it's all a matter of how you were raised and programmed. And I don't regret any of my life personally. I have zero regrets because everything that I know, everything is working for me, not to me. Nothing happened to me. Everything happened for me. And I stand before you as this person who used to be heavy into religion. Now I'm not. I don't have any complete nihilism, but I love decoding it because a lot of people use it still. So it is a tool and it is an archetype. And it causes a lot of conflict. Let me give you, guys and gals, a real funny thing to look at. Let's go to numerology. Type in this word. Religion. Notice it's a 27. That's same as this word right here. Vampire. Is religion a vampire? Absolutely. But let's take this 27 and now get a picture, shall we? So we go to the tarot. What is the 27th tarot card? This one, which is comical. So what do you see there? Fighting, drama. This is the card of religion. No, it's my God can beat up your God. No, it's Allah. No, it's the Yod. No, it's Ahura Mazda. No, it's this. It's Marduk. It's all of them. Stop fighting. You know why religion is this? Because this is the card of currency. So anybody that pledges to an organization, they're not wrong. They're doing worship. But it's a Ponzi scheme. That's religion right there. It's just a funny thing, the tarot. Josh West, more Aussies in the house. I love it. I got to make a decision on this because this is like a big deal decision to go there. It's a long ass trip, and it's not like planning just to fly to Miami. So it's I got to really take it into consideration. Misty's saying, well, I don't know, when you were in prison, I don't know. Oh, celebration? Are you talking about? Man, I don't know what you're asking about prison. Spiderbite says, I'm in the snowy mountains. I don't do cold, man. I can't help it. So again, if I go to Australia, it'll be Melbourne. I'll be going there, staying there, and I know my buddy's going to want me to go bing bang boom everywhere. So I know that I have friends in the Gold Coast, Sydney, and I don't know where else he said I'm going to go. But again, 90 days, and I would just like to do seminars. Would be really cool. But I just need somebody to help me with that, or some people to help me with that. So we'll see what happens. And I probably would just document the whole thing, man. Just do like a video like from the airport, and that'd be kind of fun. Cosmic Furniture says definitely sleep a night in Thailand. Well, if I go to Australia, Thailand I'm gonna be a week in Thailand. Thailand's another place that I would love to go live, like in Phuket. I'd love to go there, or Phuket, however you say it. Another beautiful place. Illuminate's asking, here we go. Here we go. Now, I was waiting for this. Do you think Pope Francis is going to summon the God of the Bible tomorrow after opening the fifth holy door? I don't know. To be honest, I don't give a shit. I mean that with the utmost respect, because I don't do religion, but I respect it, and I'm a fan of the archetype because I think it's amazing. I look at things as archetypes, and I just think it's absolutely amazing how it works and the mechanics of it. I just think it's fascinating. You know, like religion to me is like a costume party. I mean, you look at these people and I don't even know how comfortable that shit is they're wearing, honestly. I gotta be so uncomfortable wearing those stiff things, and God, I don't know. So I don't know. I haven't been following that. I honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I don't follow the mainstream anymore. I'm not looking at videos of aliens. I'm not looking at videos of religion unless I'm decoding something. I didn't even know about it until somebody in my community mentioned it. I'm not active on CNN. I'm not active on MSNBC. I'm not looking at the news. I don't watch the news. I don't tune in every day. I'm not looking at the stock market. I'm not looking at crypto. I'm oblivious. I'm doing decoding, or I'm doing readings, or I'm working on this project, or I'm creating music, or I'm creating poetry because I write to, or I'm creating, I'm writing something. Or I'm at the beach, or I'm at the gym. I'm oblivious. I'm so naive when it comes to the mainstream now. And it's been that way for a while for me. And it's actually one of the best decisions I've ever have been given. Really. Luna says New Zealand. I would love to go everywhere, honestly. Like, I think I would love this 2025 to be a travel year, to move around and to visit other countries and to schmooze and rub elbows and give hugs and handshakes. I would love to do that. I really, really would. I wish that I had an event planner that could set it all up and just say, okay, Logan, you're going here, you're going there, and just go on tour. Just be like, cool, get on the plane and just show up and talk and schmooze and hug and handshakes and all that shit. Oh my God, I'd be in heaven. And maybe that's going to be a thing. I don't know. But setting it up, it's like this, setting it up and doing it all yourself and getting the butts in the seats. That's the hard part. Like the people that do the production behind these events, man, those people have the hardest, most challenging things to do. Set it up and the website and the plugging in and the filming it and the videography. And I mean, that's a lot of work, man. I just want the talent. I just want to show up, do my talking, schmooze, shake hands, hugs, that stuff, and call it a night. But anyways. James Adams says, if you mark all 5 locations of the doors, somebody sent me this, and connect them, it makes Lucifer sigil. But Lucifer's Jesus, so now what? See, listen, folks, the church, the Catholic Church is the largest denomination of Christianity. Even if you say, oh, I'm not Catholic, you're still under the God. They created Christianity. Roman Catholic Catholicism created Christianity. They're the ones who decided upon the King James Bible, the Protestant 66-book Bible, and they don't even use that. They use the Latin Vulgate. And as I have already said so many times, man, those people in those places, the Vatican, they know a thing or two about a thing or two. They ain't dumb. They're not naive. They know what they're doing. They know what opening the doors means. They have knowledge. And they're not changing the course of their actions. So if you're somebody who thinks that they're the devil, and you've postulated as well, they're this, are you seeing them change the course of their actions? And then you, again, do you think they know a thing or two about a thing or two? And on top of that, do you think they maybe know a little bit more about how this reality works than you do, than I do? I certainly think so. So again, I don't know what it means with all these rituals that they're doing. But I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm not afraid. It doesn't matter to me. And if I were to decode it, because I've had a lot of people ask me, what would I decode? I don't even have the origin or foundation. I just put out my Snake's Mouth Decoded, one of the best decodes I've ever done on the Patreon. So if you want to check it out, you got to become a donating member over there. It's some of my best material ever. And I brought in the Pope Paul VI Hall, which looks like a serpent. I've got that in there. So they created this big 63,000 seating capacity auditorium that sits mostly in Rome, but some of it is sitting inside the Vatican City. It looks like it's a serpent, the face of a snake with the fangs and everything. Why? What the hell is that thing all about? Well, it's tied to copper. And I can tell you right now, it's tied to the copperhead snake. For sure. I'll tell you that. But these people, they're just doing their job. It's not my concern. It's really not my concern. Thanks, Anne Marie. I appreciate that. Thanks, Misty. Lasers says, speaking with Jeff. Yeah, I get to meet Jeff Burwick. I think he's a cool dude. So we'll see how that goes. And I've already met Max Egan over at Jason Bashir's. So, but there's going to be some amazing people at that event in Acapulco. I'm pretty stoked about it. Luna, thank you so much. I appreciate that. See, folks, you know, the way this whole reality may work, something to consider is that what you give your attention to becomes part of your reality. You stop giving it your attention, it no longer becomes part of your reality. So now you're putting into this fractal scenario, right? Where all your adopted truths create your reality, and as you move forward into time, as you move into door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, da-da-da-da-da. We're talking about doors in the Pope, right? All these doors. Bing, bang, boom. It's really interesting, by the way, too, because today, well, now it's no longer, it's January 5th, but for some of you, if you're in California right now, it's still January 4th. Today was the release of the song The End by The Doors. The End, their 11-minute song, which is this card. This is the end. And I know Jim Morrison wrote about it from a girl, but there's always multiple meanings. And Jim Morrison died at 27, and I have a video out on my Patreon called The 27 Club. Or wait a minute, what is it? Not 27 Club, but that's the decode. It's on the 27 Club. Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix. 27. What's up? Why 27? You just saw religion's 27, currency's 27. Why the 27 Club? What's up with the 27? Well, I broke it all down. Spiderbite says, Logan, it was 97 degrees Fahrenheit. My kind of weather, man. My kind of weather. Love it hot. Illuminate says, saying you don't care is a very big contradiction, Logan, considering you frequently decode the Bible. I decode the Bible, absolutely, but I don't care what the meanings are behind it. I have no attachments to them. Like when I go to Genesis 6 verses 3 and it says, God saying, my spirit shall not reside in man forever. And I postulate that that's the Spirit of God using you. I don't care if that's the factor. I don't give a shit. Because I wake up every day and I have a life to live. It doesn't matter to me. So it's not a contradiction to me. It's a spell book, the Bible is. And I love decoding it because a lot of people use it. So I'm telling you what the spells mean. But I'm not connected to it. Not in a conscious way anyway. I don't care about it. I already know what it means. So yeah, I mean, I've decoded it a million times over from Old Testament to New Testament. I love decoding it because it's the biggest spell book on the world stage. It's the most popular spell book on the world stage. It's bigger than them all. But it'll move right into the Quran, the great Quran, and Allah. It'll move right into the Zoroastrianism. It'll move into that. It'll move into the Greek mythologies. It'll move into ancient Egypt and Ra and the underworld and Osiris and Horus. And even those things, I'm a fan of everything, but I don't have to be attributed to it. I just wake up and I see birds, I see cats, I see stray cats, I do this and do that. Where does religion fit into it? It doesn't. But folks, that may be a thing where we're creating fractals. So what you adopt as your truth, you strengthen and you move towards, and that's what you'll experience. And when you pass on, if you have to reincarnate, let's hypothetically say you're going to reincarnate without any choice, you'll incarnate back into what you left off with as your truths. That may be a thing. I don't know. Time will tell, and you may never know. Open Your Eyes says Jim Morrison became Rush Limbaugh. Maybe. That's an interesting connection. Alonzo's asking, psychic readings, how come those individuals can provide you some information from your past without knowing you? Well, I mean, I would think that you're talking about now the Akashic records. You know, let me show you something. When we use numerology and we type in the word Akashic records, you're going to get 42. And this 42 is tied to reincarnation. So now we know reincarnation's tied right into the Akashic records, which is tied into Wonderland, Alice in Wonderland, which is tied into crucifixion, 42. So the Akashic records is the big one, right? Akashic records. And you can see that the records is tied to the word, you'll see it's tied to the word source. Akashic source is the same as Akashic records. It's the 26. And that's tied to the word infinity. So the Akashic records is the Akashic infinity, which is the Akashic source. And Akashic is 16, which is tied to the word hell, which is tied to the word light. It's tied to the word light. And 16 is tied to 28. And 28 is not only tied to Lucifer, who is the light bringer, but it's tied to the word architect. See, just Chaldean, man, getting your foundation in this. But this is a big one when you look at Lucifer as the light bringer, and light is 16, which is tied to Akashic. Right here. 16. Okay? All right. George Carlin, you get a front row seat. That's pretty funny. So that answers the question, Alonzo, is that the psychic readings, they're tapping into the Akashic records, which is the light, right? This reality, that's why light always wins. Because how are you going to, I talked about this last time. If you do this with your eyes, everybody do this with your eyes right now. Block out what do you see? Nothing. Okay, let's create something. What are we going to create like this? Well, we're going to create with our imagination. Okay, cool. But then what are we going to do with the imagination? I need to open up my eyes and I need to write it down, or I need to type it, or I need to use my mouse and create something on Photoshop or Illustrator, or I need to write what I see here. Oh my God, I have this great idea. Let's write it down so I don't forget it. So you need light for all that. And that's why the light always beats out the dark in this game, because the light is eternal. You know that song by Metallica, Lux Eterna? Light eternal. Because without light, there's no game anymore. You get into the void, and you get into the Greek mythologies of chaos. Chaos was before light. This is Genesis now, the waters, the Spirit of God moving over the waters. It was a black void. That was in Greek mythology, where you have chaos. Greek mythology was around the same time as when the Bible was written, supposedly. They were not sharing information. This is why the Greeks have just as much merit with their mythology and the pantheon of Zeus and the gods as does Judaism and the Holy Bible. They have just as much right to say that their truth is the truth, without any discrepancies, without telling me, oh, no, you're wrong. You got to be saved with Jesus and all stuff. No, I don't even follow that, dude. I'm in Greece. What are you talking about, Willis? I'm over here with Zeus. You're playing around with that dude over there riding on a camel. I'm talking about Zeus and the gods, and you're fiddling around with that, right? I'm just having fun. But you start to study these cultures, and even if there's even if there's a gap in between, they didn't have cell phones back then. When they were writing the Iliad and they were writing the Greek gods, man, that was what their culture was supposed to be doing. If you're raised in this, I get into these people. I get a lot of persecution, folks. You start talking about religion, and you get people, oh my God, if you don't, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, but for you, he is. How is it cookie cutter? You're talking like it's cookie cutter. So I postulate, okay, let's say that I was raised in India as a kid. Second largest, with people. I'm raised over there, and my family, from the time I was born, worships Krishna and Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva. There's no Jesus where I live, man. Are you really going to come tell that person and their family that they're wrong? Are you really going to be that ignorant kind of person? Really? I get why you'd say that, but you might want to use some critical thinking about what you're saying. I wasn't raised in the culture you were raised in. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong if I don't follow your way of life. People don't use this critical thinking. They talk like it's got to be this way. Like what? And listen, folks, I'm not immune to it too. Like when I talk, some people say, "Well, you think it's NPC?" Yeah, this is my truth. But I tell you in the beginning of the videos, I'm not telling you to believe me. But I stand. Of course, I'm going to stand in that truth because that's what's being presented to me. That's the code and the breaking the code that's being shown to me. So I'm not going to veer off of that unless I something overturn that. But I value other people. So I see, okay, great. If you think Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and you want to go through that and you want to get born again, go have at it, man. But do not disrespect somebody because they're not in your culture and they're raised in India or they're raised in Japan and they're following the ancient texts of Shinto, or they live in Egypt and they're still following Ra and Osiris and all that kind. Don't be dissing those people and telling those people this is what causes drama in our reality. That's what causes drama, is people thinking that they got it right and it's cookie cutter. And how can it be when you have the mythologies over in Greece the same time the Bible was being written, around the same time? You're going to tell me the mythologies and they're wrong and the Greek gods are wrong? Come on, man. Where's your critical thinking? People don't do that. They just don't do that. I don't know. But flip mode 007, you got it right. Say it with me, folks. Everybody is what? Right. There you go. Everybody's right. Woo! Standing ovation. Let's do a crowd cheer. Everybody's right. Yeah. Everybody. If you can adopt that and consider it at least, congratulations. You now perhaps may be moving into refinement. And that's my truth. Everybody's right. Everybody walks around thinking they're being right. When you can stop debating, when you can stop putting a person in front of you and say, okay, now I'm gonna heckle this person. I'm gonna go debate this person, or I'm gonna call this person out because they don't follow my way of truth. You haven't figured it out yet. You haven't. I don't feel like you've refined yourself, because that is you just trying to be right and proving them wrong. And congratulations on that. What are you looking for? To be the champion of what? To be the champion of truths? Your truth is up here and mine's down here? What do you get from that? What's the prize that you get from that? Certainly you'll get a prize of reward of people saying, oh yeah, I know, yeah, you're true. And you get all these fun. If you're in it for likes and subscriptions, if you're in it for bragging rights, like, oh, you see, I proved you wrong, great. But there's no refinement in that. There's zero refinement in that. As far as refining your consciousness, there's no refinement in that. You just dig yourself deeper down and you chain yourself to the matrix even more, thinking that you're right and everybody else is below you. I may come, like, I know people say, oh, Logan, you're a hypocrite. You think you're right. Of course I do, but I think that you're right too. And that's why I don't debate. I don't need to try to prove you wrong. I don't care what you believe in. It doesn't matter to me what you adopt as your truth. I encourage you to go do your truth. I really, really do. I'm a fan of people in life. You know, I mean, I saw that people had sent me all this stuff on Billy Carson and this I can't remember his name, this Christian guy. And I couldn't even get past a minute of watching. It was so boring. It was so boring. But then the stuff was like Billy was going to the house and trying to get the guy to consent to take the video off. And why? Why did Billy Carson do a cease and desist letter to this guy? Because he was afraid of his ego being tarnished. That is the main reason why. He was afraid of being wrong or being beaten in a debate. And now guess what happens to his numbers and subscriptions and his money? It starts to go down. Who gives a shit if you... Don't go debate people. But this is the aspect of life's about looking good. See, that was the perfect example of somebody not wanting to look bad, which is to be wrong. And all he did was he got out, supposedly, I didn't watch it, supposedly he got out-dueled in the debate. Doesn't mean he's wrong. It doesn't mean the guy's wrong in his truth. He's just an influencer, just like me, just like Jordan, just like Jason, just like all these other people. If you're on YouTube and you have a channel, you're an influencer. It's as simple as that. Some people are going to hate you. Some people are going to persecute you. Some people are going to praise you. Some people are going to like you. Some people... Folks, there's no such thing as a 5-star rating in this reality. No such thing. Not in the influencer world. No. But it doesn't matter. It's at the end of the day, why do you got to push your weight around on people? I don't, like, what's the purpose of it, really? And if you were having an intelligent conversation with these people, you'd know why. Because it's all about ego. It's about, I got to be better than you. I have to be the top dog person. And what do you get from that? There's going to be a reward for that. And again, that comes with all these, again, the bigger, like a lot of people say, your channel should be way bigger. I'm not interested in that stuff. If this channel if Decode Your Reality ends up going to like huge numbers, do you know what kind of responsibility is going to come with that? Now I'm under the microscope, right? And whatever happens to it, happens to it. I'm not in control. I don't care. What I'm saying is that when the numbers climb, it's like buying a new car. You get bigger and you get bigger. And now you're in demand. Now people want to see you speak. And the more you get into the spotlight, the more persecution is going to come your way. The more liabilities are going to come your way. That's how it happens. Anyways. James Adams says, everybody is wrong. That's funny. That's funny. Misty says, Logan, it's that some people like to be bosses or bullies. Yeah, think about this. Why do people want to be a boss? Power. They want some kind of power. So they can be above other people. So they can have control over people. I mean, people bitch about these elite people and they have control, but then they're trying to influence and they're trying to get numbers and make sure you like and subscribe and they're trying to influence and get bigger and bigger and try to put people down. So what's the difference? You're doing the same thing as the people that you smash all the time. Just a different demeanor. Anyways, everybody's just doing their freaking job, and who gives a shit really at the end of the day? Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it. There's some Santos fans in the house. Melanie 963. Where do we find Australia in the house again? Where do we find the Dakota link? I'll post it here and y'all just pin it to the comment. There's the website right there. Let me see if I can just pin it. There you go. So I pinned it right to the top of the chat, so you can just go click on the link right there. Oh shit, it's been over 4 hours. All right, we gotta probably wrap this thing up. See, I just get going. It just goes by like that. It goes by so fast. We're at 4 hours. Where the hell did it go? We get some Santos love going around. I miss listening to his, especially his old stuff, man. That was his best. He's a beautiful man. You get to meet, if you ever had the pleasure of meeting him in person, amazing man. He's a funny dude sometimes. When he gets authentic, like when he just becomes, like when he was talking about the mosquitoes that day, man, it was the funniest thing, and he was like so serious about it. Oh man, he's a funny guy, man. When he's just straight up authentic, it's just funny. James Adams, how do you find people such as the ones watching and yourself in real life? Well, you got to start going to events. You know, you got to find some events. If I were you, I would start going to, start looking for events in some of the, some of the places around if they're in the U.S. or whatever, and they have these, these fairs. You know, my buddy Tony, this guy Tony, he has these fairs in Texas, Grapevine, Dallas, which he's invited me to, and I may go this year. And you go to these fairs, and they have like mystics there and card readers and stones. You get into the stones and all that kind of stuff, and these kinds of things. You get into this stuff, and that's where you start. You start there, and you meet people, and you schmooze. You get to schmooze, and then you start to get invited, and yeah. Yeah, I don't have an update on the great Santos Bonacci. I actually haven't talked to him in a minute. It's been a minute, and last time it was just text. Actually, I'm in a group now with him, and I take that back. Where's there? I'm in a group with Syncretism Live Lessons. So there's 8 people in this. I'm now in this group. Who's in here? Oh, Dave Weiss, the Flat Earther Dave Weiss, which I just saw 5 hours ago here in Puerto, who's going to be at Acapulco. Flat Earth Dave. Nick's in here. Danny's in here. Crystal's in here. If you know those people, they were here part of the Syncretism Society. And Santos. Yeah, I think. So, but Santos is kind of retired, man. He's like, unless he comes back, I don't know. I had a fun time. When we did the Syncretism Society, man, that was a lot of fun. It was like, again, it was things broke me out of this VR thing, right? Because then I went down the street to the studio. I always looked forward to it. Got to talk some cool guests. Danny's a cool dude. I really like Danny, despite the persecution he got in the beginning. And then just got to hang out with Santos, and that was a lot of fun. And Crystal and Nick and all those. It was a lot of fun. And they had big dreams, man. They had big aspirations to bring, and that they want to revive it and bring it back. The Syncretism Society. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to bring it back in a big way. Oh, he's on Patreon. Okay, that's right. But yeah, he's a legend for sure. For sure. Santos is the funniest guy when you start talking about topics that he's really passionate about and he starts to get emotional about it. He's just a funny dude, man. He's the funniest. I'm telling you. Illuminate saying, asking, I remember you said that you frequently look up to the stars and naturally find yourself looking at Orion. I don't have anything to elaborate on that. Matter of fact, I was just looking at this yesterday again because I found a guy who was showing the pyramids lined up with Orion's belt, and I've looked at those stars. I've decoded the stars, and this is what I always looked up to, and I just can't find the connection is not clicking for me. I don't know, but as a kid, as a teenager, as an adult, I would 99%. I swear to God, I look up and there's Orion every time. I would just be. So am I from Orion? Maybe I'm from the Orion cluster. I don't know. I have no idea. The Orion constellation does look like an hourglass, though. So there's that. All right, let's get into some astrology. Bobby's asking, what's a shill? A shill is like something like a fake or a farce or a snake oil salesman or something like that. That's how I would correlate it to a shill. Yeah. I don't know. Sarah Martinez says, yeah, I can't even... Dodgel vased me. He's got a real weird name. Amazing videos. He says that the moon is a reflection of the map on Earth. I'm not sold on that at all, but it's an interesting theory. If you get a telescope, if you buy a telescope and you look through a telescope at the moon, it doesn't look like a reflection of the Earth. It doesn't. Spiritually Lucky says, decode they live. I've already done decode they live. I need to redo it. But it is in my video catalog. They live decoded. Yeah. Oh, Wim Coretta. Yeah, I it's so... God... Gevlamesti. What a really long... That's like the toughest word I've ever tried to pronounce before. I think the guy has some amazing videos. Like, I'm a fan of his research. I love all his work. I really do. The ones that I've watched. I'm not convinced on the moon thing. But it's an interesting theory. All right, let's get into some astrology. God, I have so many freaking windows opened. See if I could just close some of these real quick. I must have 50 web browsers open. That's the true sign of a decoder. 1 million different web browsers opened. Let me just minimize some of these real quick, and then we'll get into some astrology. Okay. All right, so let's get into some astrology. Let me just go back. Someone was asking about... So somebody give me a famous person's name, and we'll pull up their astrological chart. I need to have their birth time though. So if you give me their name, I'm gonna have to find their chart, and it will have to have their birth time. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it properly. Mick Jagger, The Weeknd, Trump or Eli. I've already done Trump. I've done Elon. Michael Jackson. I've done Michael Jackson. Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves twice. Okay, so Keanu Reeves is the standout because that's twice. Kanye West. David Bowie. Master of Thy Cosmos asks, can you decode geoengineering? I haven't looked into that. Blondie, Kamala. John Wayne. Nixon. Come on, people. Give me something really interesting. Prince. I've already done Prince. Corey Taylor from Slipknot. Trey from Fish. Billy Idol. Come on, you keyboard warriors. The Pope. That's an interesting one. There you go, Pope Francis. Robert De Niro. What else we got? The Pope kind of really is an interesting one. So thanks, Alonzo, for that. Maybe we'll do the Pope. Manly P. Hall, I've already decoded him. I've never done his astrological chart. I don't think he has a birth time. That's the challenge with that. Cher. Mr. Rogers. Arturo Sosa. Tina Turner. Maynard James Keenan. He's got the 4 diamonds birth card. I know that. He was born on a 7/14 birthday. I think he's April 17th. Yeah, I need the time, so whoever I look up. All right, let's look at Maynard James. Let me see if I can find his. Let me see if I can find his. If I can get his birth time, let's see if we have it. Time unknown. So he doesn't. I don't have his time. So that's kind of. Let me see if I can look at another one. Yeah, April 17th. He's got the 174 birthday, right? Another Lucifer energy here. But I don't have a birth time. So because what I want to look at is the 7th house. So let me just check out Pope Francis. I think he does. Yeah, 2100. Okay. Let's see if let's take this one out. Give me 1 second, folks. So he's got 1036. 36, 2100. First pope to be Capricorn, Buenos Aires. Let's see. Let this load up. Okay. Oh, you guys are with me all the time. Shit. I was hitting the numbers. Okay, so here's Francis's chart, Pope Francis. Born on the 17th of December, 1936, at 2100 hours in Argentina. Now, if we do the numerology of this, 17, 12 plus 19 plus 36, you're going to get 84, and 84 is going to reduce down to the number 3. So he's got a 3 life path through the Gregorian calendar, which means that we can easily look at his Gemini position right here. I'm using Mastering the Zodiac, which uses the accurate sizes of the Zodiac, by the way. So if you're not accustomed to this, just so you know, when we go to Stellarium, which is the map of the canopy, and we look to the constellations, we can see that, for instance, Cancer is nowhere near the size of Virgo. See how big Virgo is? How can we put this in a 30-degree space that normal zodiac signs do? Well, you really can't. Like when you look at this chart right here, this chart, how do you make sense of putting Virgo? How does she get the same size as Cancer? That's just not possible. And on top of that, whoops, he's not even this tropical rubbish. And I say rubbish, I mean that with utmost respect. It's not the true map of the stars. This is right here. So he's got a Gemini rising. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. And Mercury is also tied to the serpent. And Mercury is the way you think. And Mercury is tied to his life path because he's got a 3 life path. So right here, he has a very big placement because his ascendant is going to influence his identity, which clearly is communication. And Mercury. And his Mercury is over here across the way in Sagittarius. And what does he have in Sagittarius, folks? Jupiter, who is the ruler of Sagittarius. And Zeus runs all the religions. All of them. Jupiter, Zeus is the church. So it's very interesting that this man, who just might be the last pope, I don't know, I say that with very big speculation, he's got his Zeus in Sagittarius, along with his Mercury, the way he communicates, and this is obviously a marker for his wisdom. This is a big marker for his wisdom, folks, tied to over here, because Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. So what you're seeing over here in his 7th and 6th houses, which is partnerships and legacy here, is going to be a high degree of wisdom. He's going to use this, and he's going to postulate it against his rising sign where he's going to speak. This is a very, very big marker here. And what you're seeing here is another massive layer of this guy's code. It's the Rahu and the Ketu axis. See, Ketu is the spirituality. And Ketu really is the personification of letting go. Like Rahu is your desire. Ketu doesn't give a shit. So you can see he's got it in the sign of Taurus, which is money. So you can see his spirituality is in money. How is he going to bridge the gap in earning money? Spirituality. And his second house, this is all color-coded, so Taurus is orange. This house right here is the house of money. So what is this saying? How is he going to earn his money? By being in the spotlight, because Leo is ruled by the sun. See, this house is pretty much occupying his entire house of money, Leo. And the Pope is the guy that's on the spotlight. Absolutely. And his son is in the sign of Ophiuchus. And what did I got done telling early on? This right here is when the new year happens, folks. And he's got his Rahu right there conjunct right, meaning these two are sitting at the table together in the sign of Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer, and Ophiuchus, when you look at it, let me just get his birthday. Let's just pull his birthday so you can see this in real time. We're to 1936. I don't care about the time because the only thing that's going to change is the houses. But let's look at and confirm his placement. And what you're seeing here, folks, this is the galaxy center. This right here is the navel of Vishnu. You see this? Oh, this is the galaxy center right here. And it's Ophiuchus, Scorpio, Sagittarius. These three. They surround the navel of Vishnu. And the guy's got his sun right next to 51 Ophiuchi, right there. And if you're somebody who observes it both ways, it will move into Sagittarius. It's right on that. Now, this is an opinion, right? This line is something somebody drew through CGI. It's not absolute. So he's going to be in Ophiuchus, and it will pick up the traits of Sagittarius, where his Jupiter's at. And that runs the church with his Mercury. Right there. These right here. Ceres, the asteroid, that's tied to the sons of God. This is all that cluster of energy, and he's got it in his 6th house. And 6 is not only tied to the third eye, but it's Virgo's placement. Remember, Virgo is the largest constellation here. And this right here is tied to legacy and masterpiece, because the 6th day of creation is right there. This is the Lover's card in the tarot. The Lover's is Virgo. You hear a lot of people say it's Gemini. Well, the Lover's card, what card number is it? 6. How can it be Gemini when it's Virgo? Now, there is a connection to it because Virgo is ruled by Mercury. So there is a connection to Gemini, but the Lover's card sits in the 6th house of Virgo. So when you see the Lover's card, it is a Virgo-based card. Its foundation and root is Virgo. He has his sun, the spirit, and Rahu, the desire, in Ophiuchus, which is a hierarchy of Scorpio. Ophiuchus being perhaps the beginning and end right here, which is an amazing connection for this dude. If you got any energy in Ophiuchus, well, this is refinement at its highest level. The navel of Vishnu, and his Jupiter right there with Mercury in the sign of Sagittarius. This is the church, man. This guy, legacy and dealing with people, forming relationships. And then he's got his Venus there, and it's in Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn and time, and his Saturn's in Aquarius. We're moving into the age of Aquarius. Saturn right now is in Aquarius. He's opening up the doors. This is transiting right now for him. This position right here is right now. Saturn is right there in Aquarius right now. So it's transiting for this guy. And the doors represent time, man. And it's in his 9th house. And so this is influencing this position right here. His moon is in Capricorn. Some big time placements for this guy. His wound is in the 12th house of Pisces. Being able to, being the father of the church. Remember, the Chiron wound is not necessarily the wound that you have to live through. It can be the wound of other people. So he's got his Chiron directly opposite of the sun and Rahu and Ophiuchus with Jupiter there. And his spirituality of Ketu with the wound of Chiron, this is a big deal, man. Like in the 12th house, this is the house of mysticism. Pisces. And being born in the age this guy is a Piscean dude. 1936, age of Pisces. So this guy was born to be that mystical placement on the world stage. He's got it. You move up here to the Pisces right here. His Pisces is occupying the 9th and 10th houses, and the 10th house is career. His career is to be in the church. Pisces is the church, man. The 9th house represents Jupiter and Sagittarius, which is the ruler of the church. Jupiter is the co-ruler of Pisces. On top of that, his Neptune, which is the other ruler of Pisces, is down here in Leo, and it's in his house of communication. See, Poseidon is the brother of Zeus. Poseidon is the waters. You know, when we hear about the Holy Sea, what does that mean? What is the Holy Sea? Well, if you go to Greek mythology, who got the seas? Poseidon did. Poseidon has the trident. Poseidon got the waters. So this guy's life path is right here. The brother of Zeus. And his Zeus is in Sagittarius, and that rules Sagittarius. These are big markers for this guy. Wow. I never really looked at his chart through Mastering the Zodiac. But these are very big markers for this dude. His Mars is in his 4th house of his roots and his family and the drive towards Virgo and creating the family. And this correlates to this right here. These are big markers for this guy. See his midheaven is in Pisces. This guy's born to be on the church's world stage. For sure. And his leadership through Aries will be very unconventional because Uranus is there. The primordial. So he has unconventionality in his leadership. Which, you know, they're doing things in the church that no one's ever done before. This is right. This is the OG in leadership here. Very, very, very profound chart. This is the big takeaway here. As he has Ophiuchus in Virgo, in the house of Virgo. And you know, I know this is a house of health and wellness, but it's also, Virgos are very much, they're trying to, if you're a Virgo energy, if you have any Virgo energy, we all have Virgo energy, but if you have celestials in Virgo, like he has Mars in Virgo, so when Mars comes into Virgo, Mars brings the attitude of like leadership and direction, and Virgo represents the Virgin Mary. This is the Virgin Mary right here. Virgo's the largest constellation. This is the year of we're in the year of the snake. He's got his Mars in the snake. And over here, he's got the sun and Rahu and Jupiter in the snake. Because this is Chinese zodiac right here, snake. So that don't mean just because I say snake, it means evil. The guy's doing his job. For sure. Very, very interesting chart with that man right there. But Poseidon, you know, Poseidon is the addictions, right? Poseidon may just be like a big ruler on the world stage. Poseidon, Neptune, the trident, the Holy Sea. And Zeus is the ruler of the heavens, and Poseidon got the earth, and Pluto got the underworld. So those three form the trifecta in Greek mythology. And you would think that the Pope knows a thing or two about Greek mythology. I don't think he doesn't know about it. And I think the guy knows about his astrological chart and how he's coded. But you can see his house of money, Leo, spotlight. And the sun is ruling the 5th house, which is in the 2nd house to rule his money. It's in the 6th house of Virgo and bringing back the perfectionism. Heavily influenced by religion, obviously. It's so amazing, man. And again, you gotta just respect the system. Really. If you want to know how you're going to earn your money, 2nd house. That's how you will know you earn your money. You'll know it in the 2nd house. Let me see if I can pull one more up here. Oh, he does have one. Okay. Let me try to get this one. Let me take you on this journey with me here. So, whoops. So let's do Jim Morrison. So he's got December 8th, 1943, 11:55. Is that AM? Okay, and Melbourne. Yeah, there's another Australia sign. Melbourne. I'm not going. Yeah, I'm going to go to Melbourne, but it's going to be Florida. Melbourne. That's so funny. Let me see. Just make sure I got this right. December 11:55. Okay. So the great Jim Morrison. You guys and gals still with me? Okay. So there it is, second house. I rest my case. What does he have in his second house? Pisces. How is this guy going to earn his money? Poetry. This guy was a great poet. Writing skills. When you have Pisces in the second house here, your money, you need to donate. I mean, he only lived to be 27. But if you have Pisces occupying your second house, this is the path of the mystic. And Jim Morrison was a mystic. So he's going to earn his money through mysticism, and he did that by being an artist. You know, his Mercury, the way he sang, is in Sagittarius, which is his higher mind. This is so amazing with this, right? He's got Capricorn as in his rising sign, so of course there's money here, and his K2's there. So he's gonna take his house of career, and he's gonna make a spiritual life out of it. And he's got his Rahu in Cancer. He's very much using compassion and the way he sang, and very emotional about it, and all that kind of stuff. Very dark though, because the Pluto is there. So very deep here. And you can see his Jupiter is in Leo here in his 7th house, which is forming partnerships. 7th house and this is the expansion by being in the spotlight. Jupiter in Leo, his job was to be in the spotlight, and he forms partnerships with that. He formed 3 partnerships with his band members, Bobby, etc., etc. And his wound was in the 8th house and through Leo. So he had to wear that wound off through the aspects of the occult. Studying and going deep. It was very deep and transformative with this guy. You can see the 8th house is the house of Scorpio, very transformative. His wound, very transformative. And you come over here where Scorpio is, and it's in his 10th house of his career. So his career of singing and poetry and writing, it was very transformative for him. Very much transformative. And he was very much the Libra energy, a very good looking guy, had a lot of attention, very symmetrical, good looking face, chiseled, you know, like women just adored and loved the guy. And then look at where his son's at. Look at that. We picked 2 people. Bam! His son's in freaking Ophiuchus. Come on, man. See, I'm not in control of my reality, folks. Come on. Why did I pick that? I didn't pick it. The Pope and Morrison has their son in Ophiuchus. Come on. You see? You see what I'm saying? Man. Let's do his life path. 8 December 1943. He's got a 1 life path. He's got a 1 life path. So you could chalk it up the Mars energy in Taurus. There's a big focus on money here. Being structured with the money here. His moon in his 1st house tied to his life path. This is the house of communication. His moon, being emotional with the way he communicated. His life path is right there. Being a leader in that. Like The End, that song, The End, one of the top 500 songs of all time. The band, just the whole thing, break on through to the other side. There's so much poetry in what that guy did. Right there, K2 in Capricorn. Taking that and moving it towards the Cancer, or making you feel a certain way about this reality, expanding it through being on the spotlight. I mean, but come on, the sun in Ophiuchus. Wow. Same as the Pope. Yeah, I should have known, like December 8th, December 17th. Very much similar here with that aspect. Yeah. Pretty awesome. All right. We're gonna get on to the tail end of this. I'm gonna do some tarot and get the hell out of here because my jaw's like sore. I don't know why. I'm talking too much. We're at 5 hours. All right. Anne Marie says, my second house is in Leo. Would that mean I make money in the spotlight? Well, it can. Where you got to look to see where your sun is at. But yeah, definitely. Being some kind of performer. I mean, Anne Marie, you sing. That's being Leo. Leo is listen to me. Look at my mane. Look at my hair. Look at my beauty. You know, it doesn't mean you have to get all dolled up. But when you have Leo in the second house, yeah, you're going to earn your money by somewhat being in the spotlight. Somewhat where people can see you. Then you got to look to your fifth house. Who's sitting in the fifth house? Then you got to look to where the sun's at. Then you got to look to where Taurus is at and where Venus is at as well. These are all connected. Okay. So let's get a few tarot cards and call it a night. You ready? Wow, 1 a.m. This just seems like it just was an hour ago. All right, so the question here that we're going to ask is a very simple one. We're just going to say, what's the most important thing to focus on in my life right now? What's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now? And let's see if we can get the collective meaning for this, and we can target the individuality in your persona. Because I know when you do like picker card readings or something like that, they're going to tell you, take whatever resonates, discard the rest, typical the tarot card reader. But can every reading pertain to you? Yep. They can. So I'm just going to doubt. This is how, if you've never done this, watch me do this. This is how I do them. I just run my fingers over there and I run my nail in there, and that's the card we're going to pick. So the first card, without looking, the first card is this one right here. What is that one I'm pulling up? What is that? It's the 68th card in the deck. Tied to the world wars. But forget all that. That's decoding. But the most important thing to focus on in life right now, money, finances, financial security. Now, maybe you don't need to focus on that, but maybe you need to protect your finances. Maybe you need to diverse your finances. The Four of Pentacles, the Four of Discs, the Four of Diamonds. The Four of Diamonds is I want financial security. In the case of this being God, God's saying, I want security. How does it secure itself? By not letting you go. So that's the first thing, is the Four of Pentacles. So this is a security. Let's see what else we get. 3 cards. What's the second one, please? 3 cards. The Nine of Wands. Now we get the Wounded Warrior. This one's the Many Lives, Many Masters card. This card right here, I mean, we have financial security, but we have somebody who's been through a lot. So this, if we read this right now, these 2 cards, for some of you, maybe you're going through a divorce and you need to protect your finances. Maybe you're about ready to get married and you need to do a prenup. I would say, like, I'm telling you straight up, man, if I was going to get married, prenup. And if you're not willing to sign, if your partner says, I'm not signing that, why? What's wrong with that? Like, I had all this stuff before I met you. I'm not just going to give it all away to you. Smart choice is the prenup, right? So this may be, if you're thinking about that, even if you're just maybe moving in with somebody, protecting your resources, that could mean that. This could be protecting your resources. Let's get a third card here. Here's the third and final card. What do we got? What's that? What is that? The Jack of Diamonds, the Knight of Pentacles. So this is slow moving. I'm not in a rush. Okay, these three. We're not in a rush. There's no rush here. There's careful observation. There's the Wounded Warrior, yes. But then the first card to start it all off is the most important thing to focus on right now, financial security. Now, you may be somebody who doesn't have that, and you feel like it's been a slow, God, it's never coming. Chip away at it. Just chip away at it. Financial security, the Wounded Warrior, and slow movement. Do you have a thing with financial security? Do you need to protect yourself? Like I'm telling you, don't panic. Like if this is a message for you and you're like, oh my God, Logan, you're talking to me. Don't panic. There's no need to panic. But protecting your resources. Maybe diversing your resources. The Jack of the Knight of Pentacles is the Jack of Diamonds, and that's like tied to the eye in the sky as well. The Jacks, but it's taking action. But this Jack here is already got its prize. So it can be a nurture, a protector here, where maybe you've just gone through a battle. And I'm kind of getting this sense of like some of you, if you're in a relationship, protecting your resources. You know, you hear about it all the time, folks, and I'm just going to give you an example. And it's just screenplayed for you, so it's kind of like this. Have you ever been cheated on? I have. I've never cheated on anybody I've ever been with. I'm proud of that, but I've been cheated on. So what difference does it make? Still experienced it anyway, right? Well, I'm only telling you that because why did it happen to me? Why did it have to happen to me? So I'm saying is like, if this is about protecting your resources here, you might meet somebody and they may take you for everything you got. They may start stealing from you and you don't know it. They may start funneling money into a certain account and you don't even know it. And you think you know them and you don't. And why is it happening to you? I'm a good person. Why is this happening to me? It's not your choice to make. It's happening for you, not to you. So I'm saying is like, to counteract that, for some of you, it's the card to the right is protecting your resources. The card in the middle is, I know you've been through it. It may be a lot to process. It may be a lot to go through. You may not want to do it. But the Jack on the back end is like, just, you don't need to rush into it. But there is a marker here to look into the life of whatever you're doing, your life, and the people that are involved with you, and to ensure that no one's getting one past you, no one's taking advantage of you. For some of you, it just may be about, maybe you just got robbed. Maybe you will get robbed. That may happen. I don't know. I don't wish that upon anybody, and I'm not trying to bring, I'm not doing any spell casting here. I'm just merely presenting options. But it happens. Anyway, that's the message I got for you. I'm gonna do one card from the Astro deck, this deck right here. So we can maybe look at like what house or celestial you need to focus on. That may be able to narrow it down for some of you. And then we'll call it a night. All right, so the card for the Astro here. What is this one? Second house. Look, oh my God, are you kidding me? Come on. Second house, man. Resources. What is this whole thing? Another mic drop. We just talked about the second house with Jim Morrison. Talked about the resources. It's your house of money, and this is what this is all about. Come on, man. So I'm saying for some of you, you need to diverse your monies. You need to have some diversity in your money. You need to make sure that no one's stealing from you. Business, partnerships. Don't think that it can't happen to you. Oh, I know, but that person would never do that to me. You know how many stories where people say, I never would have looked there. I never would have thought they would have been doing that. Yeah. And the Knight of Pentacles is the Jack of Diamonds. That's money, man. You got 2 diamonds here. You got 2 physical manifestation cards here. If you look at this from just the layer of the cards, these 2 cards right here are money. And in the middle was the Wounded Warrior. So you're going to be still standing, but you may get robbed. You may find out someone's been siphoning money out of your account. You may find out that your partner you've been married to for a long time has been stealing from you. It happens. Remember, it's happening for you. The reaction that you give off is what's most important. If you found out someone was stealing from you, what do your normal, natural, programmed emotions go towards? Anger. Mars is like, I'm hungry today. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to show this person that their husband has been stealing from them. And when you find out, you just sitting at home, we need to talk. I don't want to act this out. We need to talk, man. When you come home, we need to talk. Oh, shit. And then you go, what's going through your mind is like, did they find, what happened? Did they find out? And you get in the house and your partner's pissed. You're feeding the Mars energy. I'm not telling you how to be emotionally, but I'm saying is why can't you just do it like, I know you've been stealing. And what are you going to do about it? I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do about it. But I can tell you right now, when you get angry and you're not in control, yeah, I know at the you know what you'll say? I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm freaking pissed off. That's what you'll do. And Mars is like, yeah, more. Give me more food. Get angry, get pissed. And then you get into this heated debate with your partner or your boyfriend, girlfriend, or your business partner, whatever. There's no winning hand here. So when you do it calm, cool, and collective, because you're going to get past that, that's a thing. The best scenario is to be very calm about it. And see, Mars is going to be like, the next time I'm not going to even mess with this person because they're not going to get angry, so I get no food. That's refinement. And then maybe there will not be a next time for you. Okay? So that's what I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this helped for you. But again, I think overall the collective here, if that's not something for you, this is a card. The first one is financial stability. Some kind of stability. And you got the pentacle at the end. So this can be money. So if you've been looking for a way for stability and stuff like that, well, that's the most important thing to focus on in life right now. Okay? So that's what I got for you. All right. So it's been a fun ride. What's your question? 92 again. Thanks everybody for joining in. I will do what I always do and play a song. Let all of you talk amongst yourselves, text amongst yourselves. This has been a really great group. I gotta be honest, man. This is probably one of the best groups we've had, with really nobody being a pain in the ass. There was a lot of live and let live here, and I really appreciate that. I'm sending you guys a ton of love, man. I mean, I really do appreciate that. I hope to get to see you in Mexico in the middle of next month. That's going to be awesome. And again, I have this event in Croatia in September, which is a long ways to go. I hope to make that, but if I go to Australia, if that's a thing, I don't know if I'll end up doing both of those, but we'll see. All right, so let's find a song and call it a night. Here, I'm going to play this song right here because I wanted to play this This is Frankie Wah, the great DJ Frankie Wah. This song is called Darkest Hour. It's featuring Diana Miro. And this is a 7-minute song because it's the extended mix. But this is an amazing, like this is my other favorite kind of music, electronic music. I love vocal female music in house music and progressive music. I love it. I first started out with trance a long time ago, back in the 1998 version of my life. But this is a song called Darkest Hour, right? And it's to get to know yourself through the darkest hour. So it's an amazing, amazing song. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been an honor and a pleasure. What's Your Question 92? I really appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks to Pam, the great moderator, for being here. Whatever version we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm not sure. But anyway, that's all I got for today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.
With a world so cold, nothing but open arms. Some would have called it wrong. I'm so naive and sad. But listen up, just listen up, hey listen. When waters turn ice, the only thing that keeps us all from freezing is a flare inside. Keep it back.